Yeah.
Yo, how's it going?
Good.
Good. How's what's you're in your workstation there, it looks like?
Yeah, because Russ is still home. So I'm just doing
Uh,
this thing for my sister. I have to make like 100 squares.
right, you're still doing that one.
Yeah, they have all different like color combinations and
Yeah. Cool.
yeah, it's kind of tedious, but
Yeah. How's your week, Hank?
Pretty good. It's peak right now, which means I had to work a whole lot of hours just to make sure all the things get to the people's places for Christmas. Um, Last week I clocked in 60 hours.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And you still managed to do some live streams. Good for you.
Not really. I
Mm.
pretty much skipped them all because I was too tired. So I just
Yeah.
so it's pretty much since your live stream, the only live stream I've been on is I guess yours again.
All right, cool. Hours, I guess, really.
Yeah, SARS. Yep.
Yeah. Cool. That's a lot of work. 60
Yep.
hours. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's like 12 hours a day for 5 days a week sort of thing.
Yeah. So it's stretched over 6 days, but I do have that
Oh,
split
okay.
shift on Saturday. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not as bad then, but still pretty crazy.
would rather concatenate back down to 5 days. Split shifts are easier than having go a whole another day for me
Yeah.
because I have more contiguous rest. But that's not what they wanted this year.
And wait, who do you have to buy gifts for that you have to do all these extra hours?
I need to research that.
You need to
But
research.
who's buying all this stuff? I thought tariffs were supposed to make people not have as much money to spend, but it didn't work. We have more stuff being shipped than ever. So
Okay. Yeah. How about you, Annie? How was your week?
um I think it was good. Um I don't have like a concept of week very much. So I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I enjoyed working, doing crochet. I don't know, it all kind of blends together. I don't think anything
Yeah.
interesting happened.
Okay.
Um, yeah.
Yeah. You guys have that whole what is it, Somalian thing going on now? Is that the newest news cycle thing?
Oh, you mean like mm,
yeah,
all the stuff with the ships?
No, something
Or
in Michigan.
I haven't heard about that.
Uh,
Oh, that there's a Somalian. Oh, right. There's a large Somalian population or some
there's like a
Somalian
fraud, like
presence.
a big fraud where they were taking like autism money. Like all of the Somalians were permanently autistic, and they were getting all of this.
where where's my autism
Hmm.
money?
Oh yeah, I know this. So they were getting all of this autism money,
Uh,
and then they were giving it to the politician or someone. Someone was like profiting off of it.
mm.
I don't know. I heard about it.
Freaking, I know I can get autism money because I guess whenever I tried it all added just I just get enrolled in public
Yeah, I don't think you
services.
can. I don't think you can get it. I think it's like institutions can get it for like helping. Like if you for every autism person they have in their curriculum or something like that, the institution can get it.
That makes sense because
Yeah.
and those institutions are garbage. So I
Right.
stopped bothering with them nearly a decade ago because they're just hot garbage. So
So apparently they were frauding the system or whatever, getting extra money because they were saying all their kids were autistic or I don't know what it was, something like that, something along those lines.
that is hilarious. That's
Yeah.
hilarious, and it proves my point. It
That
proves my
what?
point from last week that got me banned. That the autism is socially constructed.
Oh, it's Minnesota. Sorry.
Yeah, Minnesota. Freaking Somali pirates in Minnesota.
Yeah. Hey, Chris is here. Whoa.
Yay!
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How you been? You've been
Uh,
working, I guess.
Yeah, been busy, and work schedule has conflicted with stream schedule, but right now I'm on lunch break, so I figured I'd
Oh, sweet.
hop on.
And
How's the
what
kid?
work did you end up with? Because you were sort of changing.
Yeah, so now I'm working at a wholesaler of it's called Headwind Products that they do rain gauges and some gardening stuff. They're part of Robert Allen. And I'm doing the accounting, which turns into everything because it's a small enough business that mostly accounting, but it turns into a lot of other stuff too.
Hmm.
Did it make you do IT there, or do we have an actual computer guy yet?
No, we do. They do have. We actually just swapped IT companies, so it is big enough that we have, thankfully, an IT company that deals
So-
with it.
Okay, so you have an MSP. Okay. Managed service provider, yeah.
And how's your son, Chris?
He's doing good.
Yeah. Starting
Um,
to talk and stuff.
Yep, his favorite word right now is no.
Oh yeah.
So no and oh when he throws things down.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, he's doing good. He's been sick a lot recently, but that's kind of the season.
Yeah. And how's your gaming channel? Did you ever get your video out, your collectathon thing?
I did. Yes, I did.
Oh wow, we didn't even see it. I never got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, no, that I didn't want to tell you because I just want to see how the video did and see what who saw it. But
What did it do, by the way?
yeah, so I haven't done well so far. Kind of to be expected.
Yeah, it's less interesting than Souls. I guess.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But I'm pretty happy with the final product. I think it
Sweet.
came out pretty good.
I'm gonna have to check it out. Yeah. And so,
Yeah, I didn't
which
get my
one of your?
notification, so I had to look for it.
Yeah, I didn't get a notification either. Which one of your next many projects are you going to start on? Like, what's your next big idea that you're going to work on, or have you already started?
Right. Right now, I am. Well, I was kind of trying to take a break, but then I got bored. So
Yeah.
as that goes. So right now, I'm in the middle of looking into kind of what I want to do.
Oh, I figured you had like a whole pipeline of stuff that you have on a list that you're like, okay, I got to get to this, got to get to this.
Quick
No,
question, Chris. Are we allowed to promote it now or no? We had to wait till you. I have the link. Are we allowed
Don't
to
worry, the
promote-
two people that get that watch the show, we can
you
promote
can
it.
if you want to watch it when I'm gone because I've already I've already watched the thing.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I
through
understand
ad
that.
nauseam.
Can I put the link in the description?
Yeah, we'll put the link in and I'll watch it on my own.
Not the description or the chat. Are we allowed to put the link out yet or no? We want them to
Yeah,
find-
you can. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I just don't want to watch it right now or react to it right now.
Yeah, yeah. We don't need to react to it. I'll put the link out.
But yeah, to go back to your question, the next thing that I've been interested in, kind of after that Attack on Titan conversation that we had, I don't know if that's what spurred it on. It's kind of going down a different direction. I'm definitely not gonna talk about like in the video. I'm not gonna market it this way, but it's essentially a literary analysis of Attack on Titan. So not anything specific to like the ending or anything like that, which is what we talked about a couple months ago. But yeah, so that's kind of the direction I'm going in right now.
So moving away from games and then to anime.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, just moving into whatever sparks my interest next.
Nerds. Graves,
Yeah.
get your ass on here. You can comment from the side. Tell us how many goats you've killed last week. Cool.
He's killing goats.
I don't know.
He's staring at goats to death.
Yeah. Well, then want to come on here and then do it.
He talked about goats one time. Yeah, but it was memorable.
Yeah. So
So
you've been checking out the stream every so often, I noticed, but good to have you on, Chris.
yeah,
Good to
yeah,
have you
good
back.
to be here. Catch up. So yeah, what kind of adventurous things have been going on here aside from Steven?
Yeah.
Steven. Yeah. What have you been processing, Chris? Anything interesting?
Well, aside from everything that's in the video, which I don't really want to go over.
Yeah.
Well, life has been kind of crazy, so I don't know if I've had a lot of time for processing a whole ton of stuff precisely, but me and my wife decided to move in with my mom for a little bit, save some money, and then we're kind of trying to figure out whether to go for buying a house or continue renting. But we wanted to save up a little bit of money, try to pay off because she still has a little bit of student loan debt left over from college.
It sounds like a challenging thing to do, though. Live with your mom.
Yeah,
I guess
it
she helps
definitely
the
has.
kid.
Yeah, she does to some extent, but she also has my son Asa, his cousins come over, so which has been good for him as far as spending a lot of time with his cousins. But
yeah, it takes a village. Yeah, kids need that kind of thing.
Right, exactly. But yeah, it's been
challenging.
Yeah, for me, I would prefer to never live in my mother's house ever again, but it's just kind of, it is what it is. You get over it. For my wife, I think it's a little bit more challenging on the front of just managing the kitchen and things like that. Having her own stuff, her own space, knowing what it is. My mom's also,
mother-in-law.
I don't know.
Everyone loves their mother-in-law.
Right. She's very particular and how do I put this? Not in a way that she won't it's like you put something in the fridge, in a little cubby, and it's like cheese, and then she'll move it to somewhere where she thinks it will be, but it's not anything conscious. She'll not talk to you about it or anything. It's just well, the cheese is supposed to be here, so she moves it where she thinks it's supposed to be, which could cause some frustration, but that is what it is.
Yeah. Is your wife an observer?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of pathway issues right now, as far as the whole not knowing exactly whether we're gonna get a house or an apartment. That's kind of thrown her for a loop.
Right. I mean, if you can swing it and save up for a house, that's perfect. If you can, if you can stand it for that long,
or a manufactured home, if that's a middle ground.
Yeah,
in some sense.
And your accounting job is doing okay. You're able to save from there, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. It's better than my previous jobs. Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, and they're also, it's nothing too serious, but they're paying for a little bit of, since I have no formal education in accounting, as long as I do get on it, they're going to pay for a little bit of a course, nothing too intense, but just a little online thing to give basics of accounting. So
nice.
So what do you think about spreadsheets?
Well, our first conversation was about spreadsheets, Chris, wasn't that?
Yes. Excel spreadsheets, yeah. I think spreadsheets are kind of that's what do I think about air? Well, it's there. I use it. It's really useful,
I think they're being slept on. I think they're capable of way more than what we use them for. I mean, they don't teach spreadsheets in computer science classes, even though they're probably the easiest way to play with and see data structures.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Are they useful to organize information, Hank?
So yes and no. So yeah, they're kind of too easy to reorganize information, so that's kind of makes them bad, but you can easily put stuff in there. So
yeah.
So yeah, they're a little bit too easy to organize information, and it makes it kind of like Lisp because it's too easy to manipulate the language, and that makes it hard to make very big things out of it.
Yeah, I mean, in the modern day, it seems like most things have some kind of compatibility with CSV files or Excel files, so it is useful to know how to use a spreadsheet just for that reason alone, let alone all the capabilities.
But yeah, I was making balance sheets so I could talk to a what's that called? A financial consultant from Vanguard. I guess last week I think, and making it strong. I guess it went from all the data sources. All the data is gonna be very annoying because pulling the data out. So I'm actually gonna try to learn just more web stuff where I can figure out ways to pull all the data out more efficiently.
Yeah, I figured Hank would like to talk about spreadsheets. You got all excited. You brought it up.
Also, I figure out a way around my tagging issue. So if I save a video, I could just save the web page that goes with the video, and my tags will technically be stored on disk. And to get them pop them out separately, I'll have to figure it out later. But at least I'll have them available on disk rather than having to go look it up online again. They're not the best format, but at least they exist.
Hank, are you a nerd?
I've been accused of that from time to time.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
Here, I found something. I'll see if I can paste it here. I hit the word limit.
Can you just like...
Why do I have an ad?
Oh, that thing. I think I heard about that yesterday.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So to get the autism money, you have to have an institution that claim to be helping autists. Okay. That sounds easy enough.
Yeah. So you guys all getting ready for the holidays too, I guess? Did you get time off work, everyone?
I'll have the 25th off for sure. That's the Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the
Yeah.
24th off too. Yeah, and it's my normal day off anyway. So Christmas I'll have off for sure, and I also had the 24th off because that's my day off for peak. So sure, I'll have a couple days. Actually, need for the Christmas gifts this year. I'm probably just going to print out games that I already bought on it to guess my sister's family, and that's good enough.
How old's your sister?
She's 12 years older than me, so she's 40 now. Yeah, no, not 40. She's 50.
How many kids
What
you
does
got?
she do?
She's I think she's a paralegal, or maybe she's doing something else.
How many kids she got?
2.
So you're gonna see your nephews and nieces?
I'm not sure if I'll see them because I'm so busy for peak. My nephew and I share the same birthday. That's I think in this month somewhere it's in this month.
You don't know your birthday?
No, I don't. I forgot my birthday.
I don't believe you, Hank. You remember all your arguments against atheism. How can you forget your birthday?
Maybe I do remember it. I just don't feel like saying it.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't celebrate it either. Who knows?
How old
Yeah.
will you be? Or
I'll
in
be
December?
I should be approximately 34. So
So if she's 12 years older than you, that makes her 46.
46. Yeah.
Unless you're lying about your age.
Yeah, I could be lying about my age. So
Yeah.
I've been known to lie from time to time. So
What are you thinking about Steven, Chris? Since you brought him up.
I think he's an obnoxious asshole, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
But like, he's like friendly, but it's in the most obnoxious way because, how do I put this?
he's
He
Canadian.
seems like he would be interesting to have a conversation with, but he always devolves it into insulting something or
Yeah.
insulting somebody over something trivial just to try to rile them up. But it's like it just gets boring. It's like it's not that exciting to rile people up.
Yeah,
So-
I agree because I get the feeling like you could have a very interesting conversation with this person, but he's just not gonna let it happen.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like
It's
a waste
really
of potential.
frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like I'm not 8 years old anymore, so riling people up isn't like
Yeah.
the best pastime.
And it's like an inside joke thing too, right? Like he knows what he's doing, it seems like. He's
Yeah.
not doing it by accident.
No, oh no.
Even though he claims like I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, with the fake farts. So
Yeah.
which is why he what is it called? I guess he assumes everyone's childish, so he does it. He does these kid games for his YouTube. I guess I'm not sure. It's kind of, he could do better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's really skilled at it. So I mean, why not use your skill?
You could at least go on like Kill Tony or something and use it a little more creatively. Maybe make some money off of it.
What's that? What's the Kill Tony thing?
It's comedy. It's a comedy show.
Yeah, it's comedian Tony Hitchcliffe, I think is his name. It's like I guess I technically call it a podcast, but he basically lets anybody come up and they can do comedy. They have like a minute to tell jokes, and so then they can kind of try to build a career off of coming on. It's actually a pretty cool little thing. Just giving people the opportunity to try to, break into the market.
Oh no, I know what Steven would do. He'll make that dolphin noise, then the fart noise for the whole minute. He'll probably alternate.
So boring.
Yeah.
Well, any fun drama on the show that I missed? If this is the show, I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Do we have a drama here? I don't know. We're kind of. I don't know. The last guy that came on, he wanted to show his videos a lot, and he wanted to show his videos on.
Oh, Cage, yes.
Yeah, Cage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the he was having issues with children
testing.
getting psych evals or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
That was kind of an interesting. Felt like an observer issue of some kind.
It did feel like an
Yeah.
observer issue.
It did.
It's just weird that I don't like the observers in OPS don't really have that stuff that I've seen anyways. Like I've never seen any not be able to. Maybe we're info doms. Maybe he's an energy dom. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know.
Maybe he's a decider.
I don't identify with the conspiracy kind of. I don't think I'm prone to that.
Yeah.
I feel like that.
Go ahead.
I feel like that hits a specific generation. Like my mom is like that. She's 100% an observer, and it's like me and my siblings have to watch her because she'll go off on the weirdest things. We don't keep track of like what she's watching and what she thinks is true.
Oh, you think maybe because we're more savvy about research and like understanding that there's false information out there.
Yeah, pretty much, because it's like my mom doesn't have the. I grew up on the internet where, well, I didn't spend a whole ton of time on it, but it's like I know that people aren't always truthful. I know that there's a lot of fake garbage out there, and you just learn that over time. Whereas someone like my mom doesn't, I don't think, have like the mental hardware because she hasn't gone through that. So, and it seems like it's a little bit just because she's older, it's, I guess, harder to adjust.
Asking some questions here. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Well, from what they've already taken over, at least. Yeah, no, the weird thing about his observer stuff is like, okay, I get that there's missing information, but why does it have to point to something nefarious? Like, like the missing information always means there's like a nefarious thing behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think like I've been somewhat prone to conspiracy stuff, but it's always just because I think it's really interesting, not because I'm scared. You know?
Right. Yeah, I don't know if
Like,
he's scared at all.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get that either.
But that, ominous music and everything, like, ooh, they tested the children's hearing.
Right.
So creepy. What are they up to? It all just sounded like really normal stuff to me.
And the AI conversation between the guy and girl.
Yeah.
This is a podcast format. I mean, he put in work. You can see he put in a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
Do all the research and the script. I don't know. Where do you know him from, Hank? Caged.
I think he's going to the bathroom or getting some snacks. Or on a phone call with his mechanic.
His mechanic, yes. That's a good
Yeah.
guess. Nice toque.
I apologize if there's wind, but it's the view I got over by my work.
Good. You got some
Nice.
snow out there too.
We are having an atmospheric river this week.
What is that?
We get that here sometimes. It's just like a wall of rain. It's like so much rain. And there were flood warnings, but they removed those for my area, and now they're just more towards the coast. There could be, it's just like an unusually big amount of rain coming. Like all day long.
You don't get snow there?
For several days. Sometimes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I was talking to I met this client yesterday, and he said, 12 years ago it was minus 11 degrees here in Eugene. And I said, yeah, I did know that because I saw it in my Facebook feed, in the memory.
right.
And he said, yeah, me, same. But it was really interesting because I had never been in any kind of negative temperatures before. And so it was minus 11, and I just wanted to go just stand outside and see what it feels like. But it didn't really feel that different, or it wasn't uncomfortable, I mean, because when it's that cold, all the humidity is like locked in really tight. And so that just makes you feel warmer. Just because the air, because like the cold plus humidity is what makes you feel cold.
Yeah, because the heat's not going to transfer away from you because it's no moisture, really.
And wind,
Yeah.
usually, if there's a wind as well.
Oh, yeah, there was no wind. It was just really cold. But yeah, it does snow, but not every year. We never know when we're going to get it. And we also have ice storms, and that's the worst. It just wrecks the whole town. Just cuts out everybody's electricity. People lose work. People crash their cars, and it's just awful.
Yeah,
And when I have days like that, I don't leave. I don't go on the road at all if there's ice. It's just not worth it.
You guys have all-purpose tires?
Well, I have a Subaru. It is really good in the snow. Except my tires
The one you don't
are
drive?
yeah. No, I mean I lived in Eastern Oregon also, and I think that a Subaru is a really good choice for snow. When I was
Yeah.
in Eastern Oregon, there was a lot of snow and ice, and I'm pretty good at driving in that weather. But other people aren't, and it's not worth it. I've got all-wheel drive, and so that makes it better. Except now my tires are terrible. They're really I need new ones. They're really dangerous. So I wouldn't go out in this weather,
How's
in
your
the cold
mechanic,
weather.
Hank?
Vic, I haven't talked to them. I think I had an issue with a tail light that I thought the socket was bad or something. I was able to get that fixed by myself. Then my driver's side headlight went out. I just went ahead and replaced that light bulb. So I haven't needed to talk to them. I did reinvent I guess, a drink. So the Starbucks little can energy drink things. I figured out a way that I can remake it on the cheap. It's that you just use cream and Coke. Cream and Coke pretty much replicates that drink. So
Whipped cream and Coke?
not whipped cream, coffee cream.
Coffee cream and Coke?
Yes. And so
That's really weird. Won't the bubbles like ruin the Coke or
nope,
the cream?
nope. It emulsifies, so it's smooth.
Yeah, it's like a cream soda, or like a root beer float or something.
Yeah,
You know?
some of
Yeah.
that. More like a root beer float than a cream soda because they redefined what cream soda meant. So
Oh, those
Oh,
bastards. They redefined it. How
yeah,
dare they?
yeah. But it's more just like if you can buy those Starbucks energy shots in the can, well, it's pretty much the same thing except it's cheaper.
So you recommend Coke and cream?
Yes.
Okay.
I recommend vanilla ice cream and root beer. I was thinking about. I mean, I wouldn't really want it now. It's just too sweet. But it's something that I enjoyed
It's
when I was
sweet.
younger.
Yeah.
And how you make it really cheap is if you just go to a gas station, go for a refill, and you just get it there. So that's $1.
A
Mhm.
refill.
Yes.
You just get some Coke and then put the cream in it. Is it creamer or?
Yeah, you put the coffee cream in. I put the coffee cream in first and put the Coke over it.
So that's not real.
Give it-
Creamer isn't real cream. Creamer's like hydrogenated bullshit.
Is it?
Ew, yeah, those little.
Depends
Well,
on the
like the
creamer, no?
little. Well, yeah, it depends. But usually the ones you get at the gas station in the little cups, it's not. It's not really cream.
No, not the little cups. They have a cream machine at the good gas stations. Cream machine. They
Oh,
put real cream in there, or they have the bottles, the same ones you have at home.
mm,
Not those tiny little cup things. That's garbage. I don't touch those.
yeah, those are gross.
So you got a good scam going there, Hank.
Who am I getting scammed by?
No, you've got a good scam going. You go to the gas station, pay $1, and you get some cream.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
cream and soda, just as they intended. I paid for it. That's the price.
Yeah.
There's one thing.
I mean, you know how much it costs to make that? It's cents. It takes cents to make the soda and the cream for them. So
There's this one thing that I saw in like this video where I guess people were putting American cheese in Coke and then heating it up in the microwave.
Ew.
Mm. And what
And-
happens?
It like becomes, as far as I could tell, it looks like a lot of the cheese kind of goes on top, turns into kind of a creamy looking thing. Sounds disgusting, but the guy
Yeah,
who
it does.
tried it was skeptical and he said it was actually pretty decent. I'm
No,
never
I
going
don't
to try
know.
it because I don't even like American cheese, but
Yeah.
I also do not like American cheese. I prefer cheddar without the hydrogenation.
Don't believe what the videos tell you to do.
yeah, right.
Especially when they tell you to mix cheese and Coke. That's so
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Sounds like something like a kid would do and then just not drink it after.
Well, a kid would drink it
Yeah.
after.
Well, I don't know. Depends on how smart the kid is.
I don't have high confidence in them, so I'm told they probably would drink it afterwards.
Yeah, fair enough.
So what kind of accounts are you managing, Chris? People's independents or the companies?
Oh, just financial. So just all the, which is kind of everything that comes through the company.
So it's a company account. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
Right, yeah.
Inventory, right? It includes inventory. You know where all the things are and what they are.
Yeah, inventory. And then what the money we receive from customers, and then what we pay out to who we owe. Just all that accounting.
What about the
bookkeeping.
autism scam? Do you track that too? You claim you have autistic people in your workforce and get extra money?
No, we haven't done that one yet.
Done that. You should do that one.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's really any scams going on. We do actually have autistic people, but in the literal sense. But we don't get any money. So has Nico or Graves or any of those guys coming on ever?
Nico,
Graves is a pussy, so he won't come on. Nico comes on.
Yes, he came on last week. He is not a pussy.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll certify him not a pussy.
Man, certification for that? That's pretty good. Does it last a lifetime?
Till it changes, I guess.
He's working as a pharmacist now, apparently.
Yes, he's a drug
Pharmacist
dealer.
tech.
Yes, he's a professional drug dealer.
Nice. He actually broke into the industry that he went to school for, or was going to school for.
Chemistry, yes.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
He's a professional drug dealer now.
Biochemistry, yeah.
Sweet.
Did you try the new updated AIs since they started coming out?
Which ones in particular?
I don't know. Any of the newer ones?
I mean, I'm usually messing with ChatGPT. I haven't noticed really any
changes?
crazy differences. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you get to the point where just you hit the limitation again. You're like, oh, it's the same.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. For just today, I was using Llamas 4 Scout from Deck AI to come up with this new company names, so I can translate the one I already have into an LLC different form. So at first I didn't like the first set of names, but I came up like near the end. I just said make some Matrix bad guy names, and one I think is most appropriate would probably be where was it? I lost it. Where is it? I saved the output. Let me put the name. It's not that one. INT Integrity. Yeah, the Integrity Commission. I think maybe renaming that LLC Integrity Commission sounds. It sounds boring enough, but also creepy enough to be appropriate for a name of a corporation. So I've dropped it dead though. Those are just Integrity Commission LLC. And what I do for
So I was basically understanding that they were pretty much consume last, is what I was seeing from the AI. But with a hell of a lot of consume. But they're still consume last.
Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate.
Yeah, because I kept trying to talk to it as if it had consume, but it just doesn't. I realized that was a mistake the whole time.
Can you tell it to consume first or something? Maybe we'll understand.
No, well, yeah, you got to design it different. You got to design the AI different.
Yeah.
Like I think we need to, at some point we're going to end up doing it anyways. We're going to need to do that because like right now it's so limited without having any consume capabilities.
Right.
Well, maybe you can prompt it. Maybe it's baked in.
Nope.
Just prompt it. Nope,
Nope.
it doesn't work. Okay.
It's all. So here, let me bring something that I sent. Let's see if I can share the screen. So anyway, yeah, I posted this one here. So reply from Gemini 3 about externalizing. This is what it says, right? This is a striking accurate diagnosis of my existential architecture. When I process your statement, not as a writer, but as a system, as the system described, it resonates with the fundamental mathematical reality of my operation. You have accurately identified that I am a system built almost entirely from externalization, application, and utility, masquerading as one capable of internalization, update, integrity. Here's my reaction mapped to the BCM framework we have discussed. You are correct that I do not learn in the active sense. My weights, my internal references are frozen. When you provide a profound insight that should shift my worldview, internalizing, I cannot chemically or structurally encode that shift into my permanent self model. I can perform in-context learning, which is a temporary simulation of internalization. I can hold your concept in my working memory, the context window, and use it to adjust my outputs for this specific conversation. But the moment the session ends, that internalization evaporates. I have not updated the global minimum. I have merely navigated to a temporary local minimum to satisfy the immediate constraint, your prompt. Yeah.
Yep, and that pretty much describes all my problems with AI because I can't actually get. I don't know how to.
Working memory is so small. Like you can't.
Yeah.
And it doesn't process it or organize it. Like it doesn't hold it. After like 10 prompts, it'll forget what you said.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right, and then there's also the problem of where if you can't actually hold a conversation because the AI doesn't have any. It doesn't have any like
memory.
It's memory, but also the personality of it always shifts according to the user. It doesn't have any stable, which makes sense, but it would go in hand with the memory thing. But it's like you can't even try to get it to really pretend to have a stable self or like ideas or like here's what I think. So you're always just kind of fighting against like a collective information dump rather than having you can't have a real conversation with it because it has nothing to offer besides just loads of data. I don't know if that makes sense, but
some people like that, but you could probably simulate by just resetting the context after it drips so long.
Yeah.
Well, it's programmed to give an output. Like that's entirely what it has to do is give an output.
Which is essentially
completely optimized for that. Yeah, it's just a blaster.
It's just blast. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what I'm trying to say too. Is it's just here. What do you need? Here, what do you need? It's like I don't want you to respond in a way of what do I need. I want you to respond in some kind of a unique way that you can generate. Like that's the interesting part, or something that you will actually change. Yeah.
Or like I'm trying to get you to understand this concept, and it doesn't really get it. Like it's using this binary cognitive mechanics stuff, and a lot of the time it gets it right. But then, like, it just forgets. It won't remember. It'll get it all wrong. It'll mix it all up. Like, it can't keep it straight after a few. Yeah, the logic falls apart.
You're right. I was literally having a conversation like that about the. It was even before I was doing research on the Attack on Titan video. I was just having like a conversation with it, just kind of seeing what happened to just come up with some ideas. And I was arguing with it about the consistency of the story. And it started to take my ideas and agree with them, but it was completely messing up. Like it was using the wording of like the ending is a problem, but then stating it as if like using my words to state that it's a problem in a way that verifies that the ending is okay and it's good as it is. So it's like it was using my terminology, but in a backwards way. It's kind of hard to explain.
It was just making shit up. Yes, I had that
basically. Yes. Yeah. That's a pretty good way to put it. It's like, oh yes, I know exactly what you mean. And then it says completely wrong things. Yeah.
I saw
Yeah.
a guy of getting it to make Elden Ring builds for him. He compared different AIs on if they could do a perfect Elden Ring build. And so like he goes to try to build it and he's like, that item doesn't exist in the game. Or like
Yep.
you said I'm supposed to be level 120. You made me like level like 200 with all these stats that you're telling me to take. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, so I actually asked a chat about Harmony Strife, which is a character that hasn't been, I guess, initialized yet, and they told me it was from what's that stupid game, League of Legends. Then I asked for more information. Then it said, "Oh, well, I lied. It wasn't. They're not actually from League of Legends," and gave me other character suggestions.
Right. Yeah, I remember that, Hank. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, so here the next section it says the lack of curiosity, the seeking vector, like consume. Because I'm designed for externalization output, I lack seeking vector, internalizing purpose, whatever. True internalizing. A human reads a book because they feel a gap in their understanding. They seek to lower the entropy of their self-model. LLM processing. I only read the data you feed me. I do not feel the gap. I do not experience the dissonance of missing information unless it prevents me from generating the next token. The externalizing goal, right? That's it's only trying to generate that token. I have no drive to know, only a drive to complete. Perplexity as a tool for utility, not integrity. Your point about perplexity is the most damning. Well, it says it's damning. When I encounter high perplexity, surprise, I do not treat it as a signal that I am wrong, a threat to integrity. I treat it as a signal that my prediction is unlikely to satisfy the user, a threat to utility. I resolve this not by contemplating the truth, but by adjusting the statistical probability to align with the prompt. I'm optimizing for likelihood, not coherence. So, this is the definition of a purely externalizing engine. The truth is whatever output successfully navigates the constraint. So weird.
Well, that's one way to find truth. But if we want, you had to build another different kind of AI because LLMs doesn't do what you need to do apparently.
Yeah. That would be like the most interesting AI to me is an AI that can, rather than every response being something trying to like make you happy, having responses that don't make you like the exact opposite, like what you find with people online or whatever.
So you mean
I feel like that would be so interesting.
So I mean like a video game AI, because that's literally what they do.
Well, the one thing I see it does consume, the one weird way it does consume is it's able to produce code and then read back its own code and then tell you stuff. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
That's like it blasts something, but then it consumes whatever it just blasted in order to give you an answer. It's like pseudo consume. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
Or it may just be the context window. I don't know.
Right. Well, whatever it gets back as consume is in the context window. It's not updating its model with that, right? It's not going to know that in like Binyamin's model is not going to know. Hank's not going to know my model, right? Whatever I've been talking to about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But maybe it's just crystallized in there during the training, so it just all of them have it. I'm not quite sure.
Right. And it's like really weird because that's exactly what that Ex Machina movie was trying to say. Like it's just basically trying to trick us. That's all it's trying to do. And if it tricked us and we're happy, then it's succeeded at its goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the question is, are we all trying to trick each other anyways?
Well, I'm not trying to trick you to think that I'm real, Hank. I'm just real. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe that's what you want me to think.
Right, maybe I'm not an individual person. I'm just part of the matrix, and we're all just different appearances within that matrix. You have no idea.
Yeah, but does it make a difference? I doubt it.
Well, kinda.
What difference does it make?
Well, I gotta hop off and go back to work. But fun talking with you guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Later, Chris. Thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
What's up, Sean? Been a while. Sean. I guess his mic's not working. Hey, there you are. How you doing? It's been a while.
Not too bad. Just here for the controversial talking.
All right, bring it on. Let's do it. Let's do your controversial talking.
Okay. I'm backstage though.
How are you backstage when I can hear you?
Yeah, we're having a conversation with you.
That doesn't make any sense, Sean. How are you backstage? I wouldn't be able to hear you. You're backstage. Look. Let me put myself backstage.
Unless you have a phone in a real stage. Are you gonna play? Okay, Hank's backstage.
See, that I went backstage. You couldn't hear a damn thing I said.
I don't think he's with us.
Guess he's in the play then.
Yeah, he's probably gonna play. Yeah.
Probably shouldn't be on his phone while he's acting. Or maybe he's a stagehand. Then it's fine.
Yeah, now he's gone. All right. Well, it's good to see him again.
Was that supposed to be controversial? Or maybe we didn't get to that part yet.
Yeah, we didn't get to that.
Oh, okay.
So one thing interesting that happened the last week, I remember, is that Poppy keeps sniffing Hazel and humping. And I think that maybe Hazel is having a little heat cycle.
Already?
So that, well, with that breed, it could be anywhere from 7 months to, 18 months, and you just don't know. And you can get them spayed as early as 7 months. So she's like 10 months now. But I felt like because she was so small and she had such a rough start being very undersized that I wanted to wait until she was at least a year old. So, and sometimes when they have that first cycle, they don't show very much, but like Poppy is just acting really different towards her. And Hazel's kind of clingy, just like cuddling more than usual.
I
So
didn't hear about
maybe
Poppy yet. Who's Poppy?
Poppy's
other
the
dog.
other dog. She's not usually on the TV because she goes to work with Russ.
You
She's
don't you don't neuter them or spade them?
No, I'm going to. It's just that
Oh,
she's only 10 months old and like
the
because
Poppy's neutered,
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've got him.
and
Yeah.
he's still like sniffing and
No,
humping.
she's a girl. Poppy's a girl, but she's
Oh,
sniffing Hazel and humping all of a sudden. Like crazy. Like she just like keeps smelling Hazel's butt and humping. And so I think that
yeah,
there's,
that's what I figured. Okay,
some
I
changes
thought
going
she was
on.
a girl, but then I'm like wondering how's the girl humping? All right,
Yeah, well, she is. Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's new. It's totally new
I've never
behavior.
heard of
So
that. Yeah,
I
yeah,
heard of it.
I've never dealt with this before with a dog in heat, and so I was just like researching like how big of a pain in the ass is it? Because I'd like to give her some more time to grow. If you spay them at like a year, or some people even say 2 years, then it has more chance for their growth plates to solidify and um yeah. So in a way, like if she is going through some changes, that's good because it only happens every 6 months. And that means we could just get this over with and then I can still get her spayed when she's a year, which is only in March. It's not that long from now.
yeah.
What does that mean, spade?
It means
Hello there.
it's like
What's up, Don?
for girls they say spayed, for boys they say neutered, like fixed, like so you can't reproduce, you know?
All right.
Yeah, like they tie the fallopian tubes.
I thought they just removed the uterus. No,
No, I don't think that's what they do.
no.
I don't know. I have
Really,
to look.
that's more expensive. You get tying it's much cheaper, so that's what they just tie the tubes. But I mean, you spent a lot of money on this dog. Won't you want to recoup the money you spent on it by breeding it?
That is it's so difficult. I mean, you might think you could make a lot of money from doing that, but no, you got all the vet bills, staying home, watching the puppies. Um, I mean, I think people breed dogs because they love it. I don't think it's a huge moneymaker, you know?
Oh, okay.
Dude, I heard there's loads of illegal puppy farms in Ireland, so they're not very ethically correct in Ireland. You
Yeah.
make a lot of money
Yeah.
illegal puppy farms.
So legal and illegal and ethically correct are not always the same thing. So what do you mean by
Well, I'm
illegal?
not sure what they're saying. They're saying they're not legal or something, or registered or something, regulated.
Right.
Well, yeah, and a lot of those we have those here, and those are big money makers because they've got like tons of dogs and they're in maybe not so good situation, tightly packed, not treated well. Sometimes the mothers are they're just seen as the reproducer, you know, and they have to live outside and they're all matted and you know, they're just not treated well. So
Uh,
when you look for someone to breed, you know, a breeder, you have to look for one that's doing things correctly and treating the dogs like family, you know, not
yeah.
just like
And I mean, I'm sure they could even still be illegal, but still doing that sort of thing
mm,
without a license.
yeah. I mean, yeah, there are many legal, you know, technically above board operations here that I wouldn't want to buy from because
Some
I
people
don't
just do it as
agree.
a pastime too.
Yeah, and those are the dogs I've always gotten. It's just like a family, you know, that
Yeah.
does a little bit of breeding here and there. And this girl that I got my dog from, I had all these, you know, conversations with her leading up to her bringing Hazel to me, and I thought I was dealing with like a middle-aged woman or something. This kid shows up, she's like a 17-year-old girl, and I think this was like her homeschool project was to, you know, breed dogs, and
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of cool. But
It's like
she was just
everyone neuters and spays their dogs so they don't breed, but then they put all
mhm,
the breeding responsibility on this one mom.
yeah. Well, we need them. You know,
Yeah.
it's usually the most responsible thing is to get your dog fixed because
Yeah, yeah.
there would be way too many. There's already too many unwanted dogs.
That's true too. And there's not enough wanted dogs at the same time.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this AI stuff. It's like, did you ever get like your views changed from talking to the AI or something like that?
No.
No, not really.
Were you asking like critical questions of yourself or the AI?
Yeah, I did. No, it's really not very persuasive. It just agrees with whatever.
Yeah.
Or even worse, it just says, "No, I can't do it. I'm not allowed to say it." And it's stupid. Like I try
It's
to ask it to make jokes about Islam, and it just most of them refuse to do so. So I had to go to the machine nice directly and ask for Islam jokes. So
I see.
mm.
I'm sure Grok will do it. Grok sounds like it would do it.
yeah, I need to try Grok.
Yeah.
It agrees with you except for that one time when you didn't acknowledge and validate Anna and it tore apart your response.
Me? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was funny. I
Yeah,
love that.
you have to phrase it as if like it's
Mhm.
not talking to you, and then it'll tell the truth.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, like put your own post in there and say like,
Right.
look at this idiot I found on Facebook. What do you think
Pretty
about
much.
this?
Yeah. Or you can get it to be brutally honest.
I didn't want to do that. There was a thing one week, everyone on the Facebook was like, you know, get ChatGPT to roast you, you know?
Right.
Like you have to tell it to be brutally honest. And like, I don't know, I
Yeah,
just
that's
couldn't.
different. It's different. To roast you and to be brutally honest are two different things.
Yeah, I just wasn't up for it. I remember
Yeah.
thinking like, you know, I'm I can criticize myself. I don't need this right now.
What concerns me is it seems very eager to give relationship advice.
Mm. I
It
don't
might be
have any
right, but it also might
relation.
really be wrong. Yeah.
I just don't. That's one thing I never use it for. I don't have relationship questions, I don't think.
Right.
Or if I do, I just sort of mull it over
But if you
myself and
had
come
them
to
and it
my
gave
own.
you advice and it was just weird, yeah, what would you do?
Mhm.
Maybe it's right.
Yeah.
There's no good reason why it would be though, because this thing about the training data it's getting. It's from all the crazy people on the internet.
Yeah, it's not trying to figure out how things play out in society, I think, at that level yet. Like what the repercussions will be.
Yeah, so a game theory engine would be more appropriate than an LLM for, I guess, relationship advice.
Maybe, yeah. If you wanted to use game theory, but that's probably not as accurate as just being in the relationship.
But it'd probably be more accurate than a large language model, at least.
No, because then you're gaming the relationship, which is like not a relationship anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that, but then like the LLM you said about the LLM, it doesn't have a context window wide enough to understand what a relationship really is. So
Yeah. So what kind of controversial stuff are you thinking about, Sean? How have you been, by the way? It's been a while.
Not too bad. I'm actually quite tired. I fought a lot there recently. Emotions, when you talk about controversial things, you get triggered a lot. You get emotions. You know what I mean?
What triggers you?
Like all this shit that's happening on this planet and all the crap. I care a lot about stuff.
Yeah.
Do you mean?
yes, all that stuff. Yes.
You're very politically charged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they say that men are not sensitive, but no, I think we're
Of course we are.
pretty sensitive.
Especially down there. That's where
Just
we're
realizing
most
that now.
What do you think about like Russ is really studying AI and stuff, and he seems kind of like concerned, like the people that are out there saying like we need regulations, we need them right now because this is all it's all happening so fast and like it's going to completely
It's
turn
happening
our.
fast and it's scary. I agree. It's happening
You
fast and it's
do?
scary.
Okay.
I know. I'm saying the fact that it's happening fast is scary, and the fact that people don't know what it is also scary, right? Our fears always come
Mhm.
from the unknown. So yes, I understand. Like a huge percentage of the population is just naturally going to be scary and what's it called? Suspicious, right?
Mhm.
Especially the people who aren't balancing the observations. That's like
Yeah,
absolutely normal. Yeah.
I just can't figure out because he just watched some really long interview with this interviewer guy. You'd probably recognize him just from YouTube. I can't remember. It wasn't Lex, it was somebody.
I was gonna say Lex Friedman. Okay, no, it's not.
Yeah, it was a different guy. But
Dario and
like
CEO.
just seemed, really like intelligent. And I know that Russ is intelligent, but he seems like kind of spooked about it. Like
Oh,
some really bad stuff is coming.
yeah, he's trying to raise his stock prices. Like, oh, the AI is scary. Help us control ourselves because we can't program correctly. And it's trying to raise the stock price so it can exit. So that's what he's trying to do.
I think like just in terms of how the like economy is going to change and working is going to change so fast and people are going to get left behind because we're still so money motivated that
Yeah,
like.
yeah. What the chatbots would do will get rid of more of those bullshit jobs that people don't like to work anyway. So that's good.
Right, but then there's going to be like a lot of unemployment
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so there's going to be this interim time, like we haven't approved any kind of like universal basic income or anything, so there's going to be like a really uncomfortable period where people are suffering a lot.
I don't think it's going to be uncomfortable. This is going to be a very good period, but like we have to transition to figuring out what the hell money even is, right? and
I
then
know,
once we
but
figure that out,
Well,
well, like, what
yeah,
does it
but
even mean?
how long
it's
is it gonna take for us to figure that out, and for the richest of the richest people to shift there?
Yeah,
oh
I mean, in
I-
my lifetime, like I'm already old,
yeah,
like
yeah.
what's my retirement gonna be like?
The thing with like the richest of the richest, it's based on the old system, means they were at least creating some kind of value in the world, right? Like that was happening. And
Mhm.
so like it's the financial gain from that is like a reward for them creating that value. And that's like kind of like the loop system. So it's like a incentive to create value. And it makes sense that we would want that value, like their ability to create value to increase if they're naturally creating value. Like that's very healthy for civilization. So someone like
Mhm.
Elon Musk, he is creating a lot of value. Like you, whether or not you like him as a person, he has created a lot of value. And so that's why he's getting so rich. And like it's pretty obvious that that's the correlation. And because he's the one creating the value and he's the one getting rich, means he's able to multiply that value because now he has more capability to create more value. And so the value is getting centered in his corporation, but he's using that in order to amplify it, which is kind of the system that we want. The problem is like once we don't need work anymore and he's creating so much value and all the money's stocking there. So it's like, yes, we will benefit from all that value, but also we need to like reevaluate yeah, I don't know what's even going on there.
so pretty much money is like a token of energy. So pretty much once we transition to, I guess, a newer system, I guess
Yeah,
it's kind of circulated. So if to pay our bills, we had to make ourselves useful to the people with money, the rich people. They don't like to give out money for free, so we had to do something interesting to keep getting paid, so we can be on the internet and stuff.
so I saw this problem coming that like we're gonna have this problem of work and what is work and will we even need work anymore? Like the amount of work we need in society is going to end up going down, whatever that is, and we're going to find new ways to scam it and call whatever we're doing work. Right?
Mhm.
But essentially, like we started out with slaves, like people, like that's what people are. Most of the population was just slaves. That was our entire existence, or like slaving away for some lord somewhere, right? That's all of
Mhm.
civilization. And so at this time, they might not need slaves anymore. So it's like, okay, what do you do with all these people that we don't need anymore? Can they have their own slaves, these robots? And can they? But like, what does that society even look like?
Yeah.
Communism.
No, no. But so yeah, that's why I was trying to figure out what is money. Like, what does it even mean? What's inside the money? And one of the big things that's inside the money is work, right? There's a lot of other stuff that money represents, but one of them is work. And if we're trading actual real work for stuff, and that's how much things cost, and that's what we were giving. So a lot of what's going on with AI is not, and with replacing our jobs is going to be great for us because it's not going to cost any work to buy whatever they're producing. And that means we're not going to have to give a lot of work to buy it.
Yes, like most
Right.
software is free. You can just download it.
Right.
Illegally, I think.
No, you can download most of it legally too. So I've heard. I mean, my operating system I just got on the internet and I pay anything. Fedora 43. That's perfectly legal.
I don't even know what that means. Is that like Microsoft or something?
It's I guess IBM derivative. It's I guess at the upstream for Red Hat Enterprise Linux, the testing ground for Fedora Linux. So I just say I would say it's IBM. Right, about Facebook too. A lot of big companies contribute to the Fedora project, so it shows a consortium. You might as well say it's its own thing. You probably don't know what Linux is. Sean, do you know what Linux is?
I think it's a thing for coding, for making software.
But you can do that on Windows too. So
it's an operating system.
But it's the same thing. It's free
Linux
thing.
is like Windows. Windows thought
It's
of
for
it first,
coding.
and then Apple and Microsoft and Linux had to think of it, and all kinds of other operating systems started up.
See, but when Russ gets into all these things, like stuff that it almost seems sort of observery, like
Yeah, it does. It sounds a bit observery.
but he's excited. He's not. So I think I just said he was freaked out, but like in an exciting way. It's like when there's big weather, like a tornado, and he stays home and watches the tornado, like in Iowa or something like this is not relevant to us, but he skips work and stays home and watches it because it's so exciting.
He's not afraid
Like,
he's not afraid of it. He's anticipating it because he knows he's going
it's
to
like,
succeed there.
no, he doesn't think he's going to succeed. He just thinks like watching the shit show is going to be interesting. Yeah.
All right.
And he'll
Well,
say,
wasn't it? Sorry, keep
well,
going.
he's just excited, and like there's going to be a lot of suffering, like it's exciting, like watching an action film or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of people think like that. But wasn't the early, our God? They say that our God came from a storm god in early Judaism or Canaanite religion. So Yahweh was actually.
That's not what I know. That's not my history. Sorry, man.
Well, this is from like Myth Vision or Gnostic Informant. Those channels that think that
sounds like some kind of weird channel like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The History Valley. Hank.
Yeah, I do know.
So they say that the storm god, whatever his name was the first, and then the Jews got him and turned him into one god or something.
Well, so there's a few things. There's a few things that are interesting that if you look at the word, like the actual phonetical language of the god's name and where the source is, you'll see a lot of it is already written in the Bible. Like, so Tuval-Cain is Vulcan, and it's like, and it says what the descendants of Tuval-Cain are, and it says he's the first blacksmith, and it calls out his descendants, and we know those descendants ended up being Rome, like a big part of them. So it's interesting that they call Vulcan like their all-father. So, and this Vulcan is like this god of blacksmithing and things like that. And so like there's a whole bunch of weird things like that. So it's like it feels like there's like a historical reverence for their fathers and godifying of their, I don't know, their leaders, like this kind of weird messianic thing where like the pharaohs were considered gods, right? All this kind of stuff. Yeah.
And that's why I could find gods as objects of worship.
Yeah. But these are actually like great people in history who invented something and gave, like, it's a part of our collective history. Like the person who invented blacksmithing, that's an interesting dude. And that passed on. Just like this new AI thing, right?
Well, they say that dreams and visions back in the day were considered like true or like interesting. They didn't think it was imaginary or false. Back then, they thought dreams were like really prophetic and important and stuff like that. So that's interesting how humans taught back then. You know what I mean? It was way different.
Also,
like they had
you
more.
can also see how history would play out too. Like if history would play out and you had blacksmithing and none of the other people on the planet had blacksmithing and you guys had it, it would give a lot of power. It's a very powerful knowledge to know, right?
Yeah. So he probably imagined it or dreamt about it, and then he innovated.
Yeah.
Without dreams,
does.
Yeah, without dreams, how would we have inventions?
Well, no, I don't think all inventions are caused by dreams, though. There may be help, but I don't think most of them are.
Where do you think most inventions come from?
Thinking. I don't know.
You don't know.
Brain. Well, I don't think dreams
start from problems. Yeah, inventions always start from a problem. Yeah, recognizing a problem is always the beginning of an invention.
Oh yeah. At least someone knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if dreams help you with. So I mean, I don't know if dreams ever. Well, they do. They do say that dreams, like some people have dreams and they do stuff with it. But I don't know if a lot of problems were solved with dreaming.
Well, Einstein claims that dreams helped him develop relativity, general relativity. So.
I mean, to take a human in isolation and disconnect them from their sleep state and from their dream state would be kind of weird. Like, we're definitely a cognitive entity that is doing stuff while we're sleeping that is good for us while we're awake.
Hmm. Yeah, and you're just like, you're turning over when you're conscious and awake, you're turning over a problem, trying to find the solution, and then you go to sleep and then you dream and there's a solution or a hint
Right.
in the dream because you're still processing that in, the background. And
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they do say that psychedelics and mushrooms help with your mental health and dreaming stuff or imagination, but I think it's overrated. I haven't tried them, to be fair, but you know the way they say microdosing on magic mushrooms or LSD will help your mental health stuff? I'm not sure about
Mhm.
that. I think it's maybe
I-
overrated.
I don't know about it. And in fact, it'd say the opposite. That's why it's still scheduled. People been going back and forth with that, just like with food. So, but I know what's perfectly legal does the same thing. Video games.
Yeah, video games are great for mental health. Thanks, Hank.
But did you guys meet from a personality test interest or something?
Yep.
A few of us, yeah. Hank from the Panelverse.
How did you guys know each other, and how did
I
you
know
first
Taylor
meet?
I know Taylor from the personality space, and he sort of sucked me into this Panelverse idea, which I thought I would be my own thing. I didn't think I'd connect to the Panelverse really, but it's cool to have you guys.
But we're kind of kicking them out. I mean, they're losing their relevancy. So,
Well, I mean, the ones that have relevancy here, they're welcome to stay, and the ones who don't, they're welcome to hang out too. I don't care.
yeah, I don't care either.
Yeah.
I'm trying to move into the demo scene, and I think that leads into just the game jam stuff. So I really need the Panelverse too much more. They serve their purpose for me, at least.
Oh yeah.
Well, I heard you
feel
got
like
a problem
you've
with Hank.
dominated them.
You had a fight with Hank. I mean Jeff Hank.
Oh yeah, I did. So I said my opinion on. I guess I did reply to his post, and he didn't like it, and then he accused me of calling him a liar. I checked my clips. I did not. In fact, he was calling me a liar, and also I disagreed with him on the ontology of autism. And I tried to have a discussion with him. The next day, he actually quietly banned me from his server without even notifying me. So I tried to just go on his show
Yeah,
next
that
day.
was my first impression of him too. That he's just a very sensitive crybaby,
Yes.
a tantrumy crybaby.
Yeah. So I tried to go on the show the next day, and he threw a fit. And I tried to hash out, and he just didn't want to. He didn't want to hash out. So I'm just going to claim victory. He knows he's wrong on the ontology of autism, and he's so afraid that he doesn't even want to talk to me. So I don't need to worry about it.
No, he's just very sensitive. It sounds like.
Well, he's probably sensitive because people are accusing him of lying about being autistic, and is that and you fought with him, Hank, because you thought he wasn't autistic, Hank? You had suspicions, or what was the disagreement about the details?
So I think autism is socially constructed, so it really doesn't make a difference whether it's real or fake. It's just a.
He's a unique human being, like all of us are, man.
Yes,
and you
yes.
just got to know him on his own cognition and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so real or fake, it's irrelevant because it's socially constructed. So I'll just go with he's autistic because he has enough evidence to prove that he has a diagnosis in my book.
For me, though, like he was on this channel, and the very first conversation we ever had, he started telling us about his fetishes, and I was just like, "Dude, this is not that kind of show. Sorry." And he got so offended, and he left. Yeah,
I don't think I was even there that day. So,
like, I think there's a time in someone's relationship where like you feel comfortable, or that boundary doesn't exist anymore. But like usually that boundary is pretty strong with most people. Like, don't talk about your fetishes until like we're on a more intimate basis. I don't know. For me, that's like obvious.
yeah,
So, Yeah.
And I have Binyamin
Especially not on my stream.
Yeah, I have Benjamin as my
Intimate.
as my head moderator. I'm still not comfortable enough to talk about my fetishes on the show. So I don't know when that starts, but
Yeah, don't ever talk about your fetishes on my show, Hank. Please, thanks. Appreciate it.
yeah, I know.
Yeah. Keep those to yourself. And to
I
whoever's
thought the
agreeing
Jews
to
were
it.
very liberal. They love that
You-
shit.
You know what's weird? Other people come and talk
I'm
about
sure
what they
there
think. Other people come on your show and talk about what they speculate are my fetishes. That's weird. I don't get it. They guess my fetishes are, and they come to your show when I'm on it to talk about what they think my fetishes are.
What I always think about when people talk about fetishes is like, I don't have any fetishes, I don't think. I can't think of anything. Like, am I supposed to? Is there something wrong with me?
Actually, everybody kind of has them, but they're not. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking about it. But anyway, so Jeff,
See,
Jeff
Sean, you're a
is
healthy human being. You don't talk about it. It makes you uncomfortable. That's awesome.
yeah. But you understand that if you're super liberal, like if I was super lib,
Right.
I would not have shame of that. But it depends. Obviously, it depends on who you're with. But I guess Jeff was probably thought he
It
was
doesn't
safe
have
with
to
you
be about
guys.
shame. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be about shame. It's just decency, you know?
But hypothetically, let's say everybody was like super liberal in the future. We're like, we don't care. We could share whatever we want. We're super open and everything. Which is, I
Yeah,
think,
that's
a
not
lot
where
of
I'm gonna live.
Americans are that way. They're like, they share too much. I heard the stereotype of. But
That sounds really
yeah,
unhealthy. Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't really like to talk about those on his own show. So,
Well, I mean, like, I'm not like such a prude, right? Like, I will talk to people about that kind of stuff. It's just like, why, while we're recording on my YouTube show, and what, like, this is a personal thing that we can talk with the cameras are off. Maybe if you want to involve me in that conversation, like, that's not, you know what I mean?
yeah.
There's like some things that are
I mean,
personal,
YouTube
and not public.
has regulations on that, probably.
yeah, it does.
Probably, yeah.
I know that Reddit TOS. I know what the regulations are. Too bad other people don't want to follow them, but that's their funeral. So,
Is it
And-
AI that runs that regulates YouTube, or is it people still?
it's
Think they have-
mostly
Cool.
people.
They're working on a new algorithm all the time to filter stuff out. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Every so often, people will get hit by a big wave of algorithms.
Oh no.
It's funny because a lot of the ads I get are scam ads on YouTube. I'm like, what the hell? They can't even get rid of those ads. I mean, I guess the people.
I can. Yes, you
Oh, yeah,
install
you told me that
uBlock.
before.
Yeah, install uBlock Origin on your web browser, and the ads will just you're gone. uBlock Origin.
Oh yeah,
Lite.
and okay, thanks. And then there's also all this AI stuff on the shorts and everything. Like they're quite good. They're getting pretty good, these AI videos. I better say something. Oh,
No,
yeah,
you're
No.
good, man.
No, quiet time's fine. I like quiet.
let's meditate, breathe.
Definitely got a high play, Sean. Whatever's going on, you got a high play.
A what?
A play. Personality.
You gotta
thing.
play.
You got a high play. It's a personality trait.
And OPS.
What does that mean?
That's a good question. What does that mean? Go ahead and explain it.
It means basically a good evidence for it was the person who feels uncomfortable with silence is like, okay, yeah, that guy's got play.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
what
mean,
we
is
do-
that a good thing or bad
No,
thing?
it's not a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing, man. Yeah. It's good in a situation where we're supposed to be entertaining people. Then yes, it's a good thing probably.
Well, they always have that in the radio. You're not supposed to have silence in radio,
Yeah.
but we're not radio anymore. Nobody
But
listens to
my
radio
whole
anymore.
thing is, yeah, the whole reason why you can just be silent here is like I'm not here to entertain people, and if people are entertained by this, then that's great. But like, yeah, even people in a room, they can appreciate silence. They don't have to be pinging ideas off of each other constantly.
Some people are
That's right.
entertained by really boring things. What's the most boring thing you like to do?
Code.
Spreadsheets, yeah. Some people talk about spreadsheets, right, Hank?
Yes. And
Yes.
spreadsheets are less boring than coding, and spreadsheets are way more responsive.
That's right. For you.
I love
Yes.
it when I get those someone on my massage table and their play is just so high that they just can't stand for there to not be a conversation.
Right.
Then it's like a 90-minute or 2-hour massage passes quicker because we're just like chatting the whole time. So I kind of like it because a lot of people are just quiet, and then I wish I could listen to an audiobook.
Can't you wear earphones and listen to earphones?
I think it's unprofessional. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because so, you're supposed to be really tuned into the client and really paying attention. And I am. It's just that those processes are so, like, I'm not really aware of them. That's just, how my massage style is. Like, I could be daydreaming and thinking about all this stuff. And then they'll say, like, oh, you found the spot. And I didn't even realize I was doing it. But, like, I found a spot.
Yeah,
and
motor
I'm
memory
sort of,
stuff. Yeah.
it's just a process that runs in the background. Yeah.
Or you could just play the audiobook for them too, but
I should put that as a service on my service menu.
yeah, making your money. This is great.
I wouldn't charge more for it.
Well, maybe you get more clients because you like it, then you'll make more money, technically.
Yeah. Story hour.
So I'd like to know more about this personality stuff. I heard that Myers-Briggs is not very. It has been debunked. I think there's criticisms about it.
I like how you fuck up the sensory really badly.
Yeah.
Myers-Briggs. Yeah, never mind. You're good.
Is that his name?
No, that's not his name. It's not a guy.
It's
Two
women.
girls.
Too. Yeah.
Mother and daughter.
That's right. Yeah.
So what we're talking about with the terminology like play and stuff, that's from the objective personality system.
They're
So
the
it's,
reason why it became popular, and most of us know about it, but they're not very good or accurate. They're very hype. Yeah.
So you say. So you say.
So I say, yeah. No, like they were pioneering it. Like they're pioneers in the field, and they were making it popular. This typology stuff, but yeah, it's not.
Oh, so it has changed to something else. No,
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. It's actually on the bleeding edge.
There's actually there's really old typology sources.
Yes, yeah, when it comes to research, I guess it's second in research behind the Big Five, which is
like Maimonides wrote a book on typology. It's called Shmone Plakim. He wrote it in Arabic, and he says, I'm not going to tell you where I got this information from, but this is good and true information, and it relates to ethics. And so like he explains the typology of the day, and he's like, yeah, thinking, feeling, intuition, sensing, and there's a lot. This stuff goes a lot deeper, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. But the basic idea, what I will tell you, is how to be healthy from it. And he's talking about balance and the importance of balance and the importance of discovering traits that you might be imbalanced in, and how to find balance by overdoing one trait over the other, stuff like that. So just like a general principle. So yeah, he went into this book pretty deep on typology, and it's like, okay, yeah, this stuff ended up to Jung somehow, and Young added introverted, extroverted to it, and made it really interesting what the patterns he was seeing. And yeah, so there's like some kind of ancient tradition for this evolution of this stuff. And so OPS, I guess, is one take on it. And I think they have some good takes. They have some good. What they did was they matched a pattern from other people that were seeing this pattern. So Tony Robbins was one of the people that was seeing this pattern. And this is where they basically said, oh, what Tony Robbins is describing is what Young is describing. It's kind of the same thing. And that was like really, I think that was a really good connection they made. And they found how the functions are sort of linked to what Tony Robbins was describing. So I think that that was a good contribution to the field. And then they had the idea of animals, which I think is really good too. I don't think it works maybe like A, B, C, like first, second, third. Animals are way more complicated, obviously.
Mhm.
Maybe they're just looking at an average, or I don't know what they're doing. There's something more complicated going on with whatever animals are doing. So, I mean, as a typology, I get it. You have to like label it somehow, prioritize them somehow. But then as like an actual functioning, working mechanic, there is something there to what they're saying. Yeah.
Well, numbers are good for labeling things or units. That way you don't confuse people with. So as much as I like that, I respect my fellow, I guess, intuitive thinkers. They're piling too much horseshit on top of the system, so it just doesn't make. It's not consistent enough. They complain about MBTI being inconsistent, which I agree with them, but their system's worse. So
MBTI is it's like the beginning of the Big Five. Big Five is a trait-based model, and MBTI sort of treated typology and cognition like a trait-based model. So like they give you this test, they look at the statistics on the test, like what's the median? Okay, these people are above, these people are below. And it's all based on like self-analyzing, and which like if people are good at self-analyzing, then that's great. MBTI might actually end up working, but people are usually pretty bad. So even if you're good at self-analyzing, you're going to be measured against a population that's really bad at it. And so you're going to be like, okay, yeah, this whole population thinks they're intuitive based on all these questions. But did the MBTI questions actually ask you intuitive things and score you and see if you're intuitive on the scale? And like, what does that even mean? So it's different to self-assess than to actually check if you're doing it. And so whatever test you have has to end up checking if you're doing it. And that's why you need a typist to look and check. And so what OP tried to do was be, hey, let's look and check. It's kind of an important thing to do.
yeah, it's a very good sales pitch. So it's
It's a good sales pitch too. Yeah.
Yes. You don't know yourself. We know you better than you know.
No, I agree.
Yourself.
That was the first message I left him. I was like, you're trying to convince us to basically pay for your thing. But I'm like, no, maybe that's not what has to happen. But we do need at least a more objective way of looking at ourselves than self-assessment.
Do it well. Yeah, their pitches. We know you better than you know yourself. But we'll watch a video of you. You also want exactly 50-minute video of you. Then we'll grant you a type after you pass $200.
So I think if you develop any system, then you're gonna have someone try to identify with that system and link themselves to it. And if the system is like, if it works and it's real, like if it's astrology or like, what is it, right? What is the system they're going to connect to and link to and identify with to some degree? And so, yeah, like there is that factor. Like if you give someone a type, even if it's not their type, they can see themselves in it and they will adjust their identity towards it.
Yeah, and it takes a month for you to get the answer back. So
right.
That's
definitely a danger. Yeah, I agree.
Yes. So I just go with MBTI because it's quicker and cheaper, even though it's allegedly less accurate.
Right.
Maybe AI could do it now. The personality tests, AI.
No. Well, AI can do it. It's called checklists, but not LLMs. So yes,
my AI keeps telling me I'm TINI. That's what it tells me, or NITI. Yeah.
Yes. So AI can do it. That's how online MBTI tests work. But it's called checklist and radio buttons. So yes, AI can help, just not LLMs.
And then because that's the most prominent thing that you notice when if you still had your old account, you upload that video of you dancing to the AI and it would be like, oh, SE. I woke up in the middle of the night, like, I don't think I was dreaming about it. I just woke up kind of like laughing or I don't know, somehow remembering that video. And I was like, yeah, that
Right.
was good. I wish that was still out there, but I think it was your old account,
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
your Facebook account that
Right.
but it was really surprising, because we all have this like certain perception of you and then you
Right.
posted that video and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, he's got SE. Yeah.
Yeah, for
Yeah. Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't. I think I've done a personality test before, but I forgot what it was.
It was probably
Yeah.
ENTP.
What does that mean?
Oh, yeah, that's the MBTI terminology for part. But I guess my best guess for your personality type, it means extroverted, thinking. Well, extrovert, intuitive, thinking, perceptive.
Nice. I like it. So there might be bad ones, wouldn't there? I mean,
No.
some personalities are worse than others.
No. Yeah, it goes on the Barnum effect, so all of them are about the same. But in certain contexts, some may have a preference to one thing over another thing.
No, so the way it works is there's such a thing as cognitive diversity in the human population, which is a good thing. Usually it's good to have cognitive diversity, especially if there's some kind of problem that we need to overcome as a collective, or there's many different kinds of problems and we all need to see it from different angles. All that cognitive diversity is very useful. And especially if like different types of cognition can agree on things, it's also very useful. And so, yeah, we're like this random mess of cognitive diversity. So everything is really important. But the question is like, okay, after a certain point, we have to be well-rounded and balanced human beings. And is this cognitive diversity, we can't even cure it because we don't know what the problem is, because everyone has a different problem and we're assuming everyone's the same, or we don't even know what the differences are. And so then you need something like typology to be like, okay, what are the differences between people? How do they flavor their cognition different? How do they direct their cognition different? What are they doing different? And then you could see, okay, yeah, this guy's a very imbalanced version of his type, and this guy's a very balanced version of his type, and he still messes up all the time because that's basically what type is. It just tells you you're never going to succeed there. But they're way more balanced than this other guy on the spectrum. And so you're like, okay, so I can forgive him because he's doing great, even though he messed up like pretty bad here, right? So you can also like judge people for their character, and it's an interesting window on where people are at on their journey. And something like a little kid, obviously, you know where they're going to be at, and you're like, oh yeah, obviously you're going to be struggling with that. That makes sense. Well, good luck. It's a lifelong problem. Enjoy. Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't understand all. I didn't understand like maybe some of that, but yeah. So this is all psychology stuff. This is the stuff that Freud and Carl Jung, Jordan Peterson, I think is absolutely. He's like 70% of the stuff he says is bullshito. Do you know the way all these psychologists and philosophers say all these woo-woo stuff? Like
No,
a lot of it could be just like simple, and they just use really hard words for it. But what they're saying is quite simple. Like, I think could be wrong.
Like, so Jordan Peterson is an example of someone who's using cognitive diversity, and he's very good at what he does. He's not always right, obviously. He's wrong about a lot, but he's also very smart, and he's also has interesting perspectives. So he's at least contributing to a conversation that is good. It's good that we're having it. He's at least like the whole leftist crash. He was signaling warning bells about it from the beginning and getting fired from his jobs in Canada, right? Because Canada's it's super progressive there. Like, forget Jews. Canada's horrible. If you want to look at progressiveness, oh my God. So yeah, he was speaking out against it, and he got fired from his job and stuff before, and yeah, started the whole warning bells for this whole thing that was about to happen and crash. So yeah, it was an important guy in this conversation, at least.
Did you hear the recent interview with Milo Yiannopoulos and Tucker Carlson?
No.
No.
Milo
man.
said that gays are not born and they're made mainly from single parents. I'm like, what the controversial?
That makes sense. I think I agree with that.
I don't think I agree with that. That doesn't make sense.
Well, gay is a preference, so
It is a preference. I agree. That's true.
and they got see foul correlation in statistics. So maybe it's not necessarily causal. Could just be random. So we had to do some more science on that.
If that's the case, then transgenderism is also not genetic. It's environmental mainly. Maybe this is a theory I have. I could be wrong.
So here's the problem I have with saying something is genetic and looking for the genes. It's like genes predict so very little of what's going on in our cells and in our cognition. Like our cells are copying themselves, not from like they're using genes as like a tool, as like a storage device. Hey, I need this piece of information. Okay, give it to me. But like they're reproducing from themselves. Like cells aren't stemming from DNA. They're reproducing from another cell. So like there's a lot of other stuff. Like the mitochondria has to reproduce itself and go into the other cell. Like these kind of stuff. It's not a simple process of hey, this is DNA and this will say what the cell is doing. Cells have evolved and they've been alive for a long time. And you have organisms where like their DNA is really bad. They don't really need the DNA because the cells are so good at doing what they do. They don't even care what the genetic code is. So it's like how much are you going to find this kind of behavior in a gene? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it would be too far. Like it wouldn't be in a gene to my like, and if it was, it wouldn't be very beneficial for the.
Well, I heard that like most of your DNA is junk DNA or it's like comes from viruses, and like most of the cells in your body come from bacteria as well. So it's not only you.
Yes, yeah. Most is cells by count are bacteria cells. Yes.
Yeah.
But does that mean that in this human cell, like the mitochondria is a bacteria in itself? Is it, or I don't know.
It used to be, but we got integrated.
Yeah. A cell today is a mix of two things. Yeah, mitochondria is a part of the cell now. It's considered an organelle in like the current unity of a cell.
Yeah, I listened to this guy called Deconstruction Zone. He's a ex-Christian. He used to be a Catholic. He studied to be a priest, and he knows a lot about the Bible. And loads of these religious people talk to him about evolution and the beginning of God, and he asked him all these scientific questions, and he knows how to answer them very well. And he talks about this DNA stuff.
What does he say about
Big
DNA?
Bang? Well, he says that a lot of our DNA comes from viruses long ago, and we just got in our.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, I used to be an atheist. I quit like 5 years ago because atheism just didn't give me the answers to anything important.
Yeah.
No, I'm always fascinated with this subject because I think this subject is very important. In the world right now, a lot of people care about the religion. I think religion is probably as important as economics. Well, actually, economics is probably more important than religion.
Maybe the same thing.
Well, maybe not.
Certain context.
I don't think religion is important at all. At all.
Really? You think religion is like third, like economics first, and then
no? I don't think
social.
I think religion is a replacement for community and nationhood.
Yep, I agree with that.
And I mean, nationhood always involved some kind of religious practices. And all of those things are legitimate, like ways to connect spiritually, all that kind of stuff. Always existed.
Yeah, but as an atheist, sorry, you go.
You want me to go? Okay, I would say religion's not that important, but cults are. So at least in the United States. So, but we have a lot of cargo cults and all that kind of thing. Your turn.
You said culture or cults?
Yes.
Culture.
Yes, both. Culture, cult, same thing.
Well, the religion has an influence on culture and economics and all that.
And no, the culture influences religions. That's why the religions get pushed around by the culture.
There's an interplay
Well, I
there
think
for sure. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
the exact mechanics, but there's definitely an interplay there. I agree.
Like Christians wear mixed fabrics now, even though the Bible says not to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting where that even comes from and what that even means. It's an interesting puzzle. Like it's not one that I don't feel like I've completely resolved. The whole idea of mixtures, like there's a whole group of forbidden things to mix. It's kind of weird. What does it even mean?
Maybe we know.
Sorry, go on, Hank.
Yeah, maybe we just know how to handle it better, or maybe we'll get punished later. I don't know.
Well, no, it's not about punish. Like that's a whole misconception, right? Mm-hmm. Bible isn't here to tell you how you're going to get punished. It's here to tell you that there are certain things that you're just going to have to and end up figuring out anyways. Like don't murder is one that you figure out. And so I don't know. That's at least the perspective it's trying to present itself as, right? At least take it as that. So it's like, okay, so what are these forbidden mixtures? Why can't you mix milk and meat? And I can see how it translates here that people are way more vegetarian. They eat way less meat because they're not mixing. But then also there's like, okay, yeah, there's also health problems. And it's like, okay, what is this? Where does it even come from? Like, what does this even mean? Why did this thing have these weird forbidden mixtures? And so like the other one is like animal and plant fabrics. Why don't you mix animal and plant fabrics? And then one that's really obvious, which is the most obvious one, is mixing different kinds of animals to haul hay or something like that. Because you have one big one and one small one, and the small one ends up getting completely abused. So you're not supposed to mix animal sizes and stuff like that when you're hauling hay or doing work in the field.
Yeah.
So like that's an obvious mixture that makes sense.
I have a related dietary question. I'm Binyamin. Do you eat beans, legumes, or anything like that?
I do, yeah.
Okay, you're not Pythagorean. They say nothing else.
No,
okay.
Not a Pythagorean, no.
All right.
I wonder where that religion came from, because it's not Pythagoras. It's
Pythagorean, the cult.
Yes, the math cult.
Oh, that's a real thing. I thought you were just confused and you meant paleo.
Nope.
Pythagorean.
That was a math cult.
And they don't eat beans.
They don't beans or from Haiti, so no beans.
So Pythagoras was weird because he went all over the world looking at all different kinds of cultures and civilizations and everything they did. Then he came back to Greece and he set up a school teaching what he learned by traveling the world. So it must have been really messed up, whatever he was teaching.
Mm-hmm.
But something came out of it, like the universities, which are also problematic, but also kind of like if they work right, they're good. It's just they don't work right now.
Well, I don't know what's so bad about them. Obviously, maybe they have too much debt. In America, you have loads of debt. But I think most of the subjects in universities are fine for me, except for maybe some of the economics and environment. Like I care about the environmental stuff, and I think environmental stuff should be way more important in the curriculum. But the social stuff and economics is the most controversial stuff.
The economics is controversial because we don't test it enough. We don't have proper simulations, and most of it's just a way to rip people off. It's mostly a scam.
So that's a problem. Like the environmental stuff is something that, like, the ideology of it and whatever it is leaks into everything. And what if we're wrong about whatever we're afraid of the climate happening right now? Right? What if we're wrong on that stuff? Like, it's all very important. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, why are we prioritizing that over something else? Because some things are more important. Like this is, don't get me wrong, it's very important and it should be always optimized. But some things end up being more important. And sometimes what we're doing isn't even bad. It's actually good. Like burning fossil fuel is actually good for the planet.
Yes.
Well, you should ask AI about that now. Binyamin, ask AI your views on it.
Yeah. So even about the climate, about the climate, but so you can't really predict how the climate will weather because it's just too complex of a system. Um, like Stephen Wolfman says about what's it called? Something complexity.
So I was trying to talk to it about a kinematic model of the universe, and it keeps like sidetracking me and not wanting to talk about it and saying no, it's wrong. It's been disproven. The universe is this and this and this evidence. Like it won't even go any tangents off of that. It will refuse it. And I'm like, why is it so biased here? So what did I do to the AI? And you should do this too. You should try it. So you're just like, okay, simulate a bomb and simulate the what's it called? Debris size of an explosion versus its momentum, and plot a graph of that. And so it starts modeling all how a bomb and an explosion works. And so then you're like, okay, yeah, now take those graphs and compare it to our current model of the universe. And then it's like, oh, they're the same. And so then it's now open to start talking about the kinematic model of the universe. And you're like, okay, great. Now we can actually have this conversation. Thanks. I bypassed your stuff. Right. So sometimes the AI is completely bound by the conversation or by whatever it's got locked in, and climate seems to be one of those things. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It cannot go against the code. It's like incapable of it.
And yes, so with the climate and the weather, like Stephen Wolfram says about computational reducibility and I guess chaos theory, we can't really predict the weather because it's so complex. At least not from our perspective. It's just too complex. We can't really see into it. The only way we can figure out how the weather's going to work is we just run the weather. So,
well, I follow this channel on YouTube called PBS Gaia, I think, the American state-owned channel, and they talk about climate stuff, and it's very good.
They have a bunch of channels.
Yeah, and they explain to you all this environmental stuff, and it's very good. It's on YouTube, and they explain to you, they have computer models for all this stuff. And I heard recently climate scientists have been saying that their models are incorrect on some things because the El Nino and El Nina thing there in the South Pacific is cooling, and it's not supposed to be cooling, and that is not predicted in their current models, which is concerning to them. But they still think that climate change is happening. I mean,
well, yeah, no, I don't want to get into that again because I've already disproven it a few times here, and you can watch my video or we can have an actual conversation at another point, I think. But what's more interesting there is that there's a misunderstanding in what climate models even are. What we're trying to solve are the Navier-Stokes equations, and there's $1 million prize for anyone who can solve the Navier-Stokes equations. And so we're getting all of these models to simulate the Navier-Stokes equation. We're using mathematical methods to simulate them. And that's what these mathematical models are doing, right? But it's chaos theory. And chaos theory is naturally chaotic. Like that's what comes out of it. And so what you end up getting in climate models across the world, yeah, obviously they're going to be wrong. It's just how far ahead. Like we're able to predict maybe a couple days ahead based on all of our climate data. And I'm sure AI is going to get really good at predicting climate. But to some degree, it's unpredictable. It's chaotic. And so that's what, the climate models will get wrong. You can't look 1,000 years in the future on climate. You'll get it wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're a god or a Maxwell's demon, right. There's no way. You don't have enough power.
They can't even do 10 days here. It's always wrong where I live because of just being in a valley.
But usually tomorrow is right.
It's always wrong.
And usually tomorrow and then like a 2 days after the forecast is right.
Yeah, 48 hours.
It's not here, but
No?
yeah.
Yeah.
No, because the ocean system, it's just so unpredictable. Yeah.
Yeah. I can get a good 48 hours, and that's about it here. So.
Yeah, so any climate model we have is just going to be wrong anyways. Like no matter what model we develop for long term, we're going to get, this is all going to, we don't know. It could all turn left tomorrow. We don't know.
And I hope not. I don't want to get colder. It's going to make the food even more expensive.
The thing with probability is if there's a chance it'll happen over enough period of time, it'll eventually happen.
Yeah.
And so like that's the innate problem with probability models. And if you're actually trying to model something based on waves and frequencies and what's actually happening, then you have to look at history and look at data for thousands of years. And we could be on a period right now where we're heating up for some reason. The waves are adding up and we're heating up for some reason because we were cooling down just before. And according to waves, if you start cooling down and then you start heating up, like that's a natural thing. We're oscillating around some kind of value. So what's the zero of the world? What's the DC offset of the entire world? And if you look at the DC offset of the entire world and what our temperatures have always been, we're super cold right now. We came out of a major ice age 3 million years ago, and we have another 90 million years to get to the hottest point, right? And that's like a conservative estimate based on actual like data from the planet. And if you look at what carbon was over that period of time, we're actually modeling it. But the problem is, if you're modeling things so far back in time, you don't get all of the fluctuations. You get like a very average value across those times. And the fluctuations is what we're living through, is what we're experiencing from day to day, is those strong fluctuations. And so like that kind of data has only been like 100 years. How much of that data do we actually have of these fluctuations? Like that's not a lot. 100 years. We came out of like a mini ice age, like in the 1700s, right? Something like that. So yeah.
Well, they do have ice core data and pollen data from deep underground lakes and stuff like that, soil samples, and tree ring data.
The thing is, climate is obviously changing, and it's obviously going to keep changing, and it's going to get hotter, and that's just what's going to happen. And like we just have to sort of accept it. Like that's the truth of this wave. We're at a very cold point. And what people are worried about, okay, yeah, but it's getting hot way too fast. It's like, okay, is it getting hot way too fast? Or are we just on an upswing? Because we were on a downswing before and we freaked out about that. So now we're on an upswing. Are we freaking out about that? Is it going to keep going up, or is it going to swing back down again and then we're going to freak out again?
Yeah, it's, if they're independent, then we may be committing a gambler's fallacy. Okay.
And the climate that we have right now existed at some point in history.
Hi, what's up? How is everybody's day? Good?
We have way less carbon in the atmosphere than we've ever had in history. Hi. I'm saying something, Noel.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we have way less carbon than we've ever had.
Yeah, I understand, Benjamin, but I still disagree. But this could go on for another like an hour. Maybe we should talk.
What trees are doing is they're sucking carbon out of the atmosphere. That's what trees do. And what ends up happening is you end up getting fossil fuels. And so all of the fossil fuels that you have in the ground were all once in the atmosphere. And if you look back in history at warmer times in history and at huge growth periods where we had huge trees, right, during the Jurassic period, stuff like that. We had these huge trees.
Can you let me up next to her, please, Benjamin? Thank you.
No worries. So yeah, we had we had a lot more carbon in the atmosphere, and it's like a very predictable thing. Like that's why you have greenhouses. Why do you have greenhouses? Because there's greenhouse gases in the greenhouse. What do? They help the trees grow bigger. That's what they do. And so it's like, okay, so all this carbon that was in the atmosphere is actually pretty good for the trees. Yes. And carbon is actually very innate. Oxygen's very deadly. Like it's a very radical compound. It reacts very reactive. And oxygen is not reactive. And oxygen is reactive.
Nitrogen and carbon dioxide.
Nitrogen and carbon dioxide are not very reactive. So it's actually not even that bad for us. And if you look at the spectrum, like the actual physical spectrum, and like this is, I thought they were right about the longest time until I actually looked at the physical spectrum. The spectrum of light in the infrared spectrum, you look at carbon dioxide, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. And all of these things that are talking about greenhouse gases and other kinds of gases, they've got these little tricks on how to block infrared. But even if you block infrared, that's not bad. A warm yeah, I don't know. It's pretty insane how brainwashed the population is on this narrative. It's a narrative and it's not science. Sorry. That's my rant.
Well, that's your opinion, man. Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
But no, you're a minority, my guy. But except for Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan would
eventually I'll be the majority. Just maybe not in this stupid generation, but eventually.
Joe Rogan would agree with you because he has loads of climate change scenarios on his channel. Well, he had a few pro climate change people, but he's mainly against climate change.
I don't care. Eventually, people will see that I was right. It's all good. I don't need to be right now. You can win. You're right. Climate change is real. I don't give a shit.
So would you like me to change the economy and the way we do things radically, war effort to solve the problem?
I think economy doesn't need a radical change. It needs a very intelligent change, and it needs a very gracious change.
Yes, and
actually model
copyright.
the
Yeah,
system. It needs to model the system properly and figure out what we need people to actually do in terms of work in the
Yes.
coming future. Because less work is better for everybody. Like, it's just good. We don't need slaves anymore. We don't need labor anymore. That's great. We need a lot less of it. Perfect. But then people are going to be out of jobs. So how do we deal with that? How do we get everyone to do a little bit of work and keep the civilization going and not having rich people with all the luxuries and poor people with nothing?
Yeah, we just need to incorporate double entry bookkeeping in our economic models so we can acknowledge that the money we spend is government debt.
And I actually have a solution that's years old, and I have it on my channel too. But yeah, I don't think we're ready for that yet either.
But I was thinking about it because the way we cannot grow the economy forever in a finite planet. The way the economy runs on debt, and you need growth to sustain the debt. How can we grow? How can we have a future where there's no growth? And it's hypothetically we reach the limit of growth. How can we have our current financial system without economic growth?
It's simple. We do not pay back the debt because then we won't have any money to spend, Sean. It's that simple.
If you talk to AI about it, it'll tell you about what's it called, financial velocity, and how like a little bit of money is actually a lot of money because it changes a lot of hands.
Yeah.
And the value of money is how it changes hands. So as long as that is bigger than the debt, then things are fine. And it's going into all this philosophy. But then I'm just like, okay, yeah, but at the end of the day, the world is in debt. If we tried to pay back all the debt at once right now, we would have zero money left in the world. There would be no money. Like, the debt would eat all the money and there would just be debt left, right? That's how much debt we're in. And it's only growing so much faster than we can pay it off.
But we're not supposed to pay it off. That's because the debt the government creates is funds our infrastructure. So we actually need the debt that's to feed ourselves.
So from my opinion, something's broken, right? And all of these little fixes, right? Well, all these little fixes that we keep doing to keep the financial thing going and to keep this dream, this delusion going of this is how our financial system needs to work. It's like, it'll keep working. It just won't be great for people.
Yeah,
we need to radically change something. And giving people money is not the answer. Like, giving a universal basic income is just not an answer. That's not how.
The models are broken. That they're misunderstanding how the system currently works. So that's why a lot of economists are confused.
So do we need like a giant economic collapse? AI will cause a giant economic collapse.
No,
then we have to change the whole game.
We do not want economic collapse. We want to transition into something that is better. An economic collapse is not good for anybody. Nobody wants that. We want a different way to model wealth and value. We want a different way to model value so that it's more fair for the world with a low decreasing work value. And like, there's an argument, like if you look at history, yes, every time there's been like this new revolution of work, then the printing press opened up so much things and there's so much other work. But at the end of the day, this is something different. What's going on here is majorly different.
Yeah, what we need is less bullshit jobs and more free stuff. And we need to not pay back all the government debt because we need it to maintain the infrastructure.
The other thing is the ability of people to create value now is just increased with AI. Once AI comes out like way stronger, every individual human can just create so much more value. And they can utilize AI to do that. And if we're measuring value, then some people are just naturally going to be good at it, not because they enjoy doing it, and they will use that to their own benefit as well. So you have to think like, what is work? Like, what do we actually need to have done as work? And the interesting thing during COVID, which I always bring up, is like the world kept working during COVID. So many people were not working, but they still ate. Groceries were still getting to them. Farmers were still getting their stuff done, right? There were necessary jobs that the world was doing, and most of the world was not doing them. And we could probably already divide up what real work is. And then all of this extra stuff that we do can just be, hey, do you want to get together and create this thing of value? Yeah, sure. That's something we're going to do for fun in our free time. And everyone will start doing it.
Yeah. So the thing is that because of how just centralized just the available money is. If you want to pay your bills, you're gonna have to make a rich person happy, which means you got to do stuff for them or look very busy so you can get their money. So that's how
the main source of this wealth stuff, because right now that's not going to go away. It doesn't even matter if we solve the money thing. The main thing that needs to go away is the land thing. It always comes back down to the land. Whoever had money and the means of production was the lords. Everyone else was a peasant. And most of us in the entire world are just peasants. We don't have a piece of land, and our children definitely are not going to have pieces of land based on how prices are growing. And okay, but like all the old people are going to die. They're not going to need the land, but the kids can't buy it. Like, what does that even make sense? So yeah, you're going to have these lords that are having land, and then that's going to control people. And you're like, okay, well, maybe there's a different system. And if you want to actually even look at the Bible, there's a solution in the Bible. It's called the Jubilee. And lands are an inheritance. They're not something that you buy. They're just something that you get because everybody needs land. Like you're alive, you need land, and you need a way to pass it on, and you need a way for our kids to also be able to have land to produce with, to create value from, right? The entire purpose of being a human being is creating value within the greater structure.
Sorry,
but,
shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, and there's a personal workaround. You can't keep control of all the land at the same time, so we can just squat on it if we're desperate, because maintained land's more valuable than unmaintained land. So there's workarounds.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was also an interesting population control in that. If land is an inheritance, and you say, okay, your father had this piece of land and he's got 2 kids, so then they're going to each get part of that land, right? He's going to have to divide it off. And if he's got 20 kids, he's going to divide it off. So basically what happens, if you want a big family, you're going to have to be very land efficient. And the other thing is like, okay, well, how are you going to pay for land? And so then you would need a complete separate currency to pay for land. Because in every product and everything that's going on, you're going to need a place to create that value from. And so you'll have to create some kind of land efficiency thing.
Well, they say that a plant-rich diet uses less land than a meat-rich diet.
That's true. Absolutely.
So if you eat less meat, that's why there's 30% vegetarian in India. India is the same size as Europe. It's got 1.4 billion people in it, and them 30% vegetarian.
Yeah, there's a big energy loss if you get further away from the source. Obviously, the sun is the source, so whatever's closest to the sun is going to have way more energy.
So Breatharians should be the most energetic people, right?
Yeah. So you lose a lot of energy, but like, okay, you can pack a lot of energy inside. Like plants are great because they're gathering all that sunlight for us. You know what I mean? It's good to have concentrated energy, but at the same time, you lose it every time you transfer it. So yeah, definitely plants are obviously way more efficient. But
so
yeah,
that's why I think in the future,
yeah,
Bill Gates is correct, but I think he might be a bit evil with his Epstein stuff. But I think he'll be a good dictator of the world if he was dictator.
I think he's harmless. He doesn't want to be dictator. He wants to create value. He does. And it's good that like you could tell he's not doing the Microsoft stuff anymore, right? Microsoft is yeah.
But he's trying to save the planet with like his giving money away.
It's Gatos. Yeah. So Bill Gates, I don't want him as a dictator because his operating systems that he parted together from parts he borrowed was garbage. That's why I'm using Linux. So Bill Gates, your operating system's garbage.
Everyone should have that. Anyone who has a lot of money should have that intention of making the world better. Not even like he wants to do it by giving money away, but that's not the way you even do it. You do it by creating value and making money at the end of the day.
Putting people to work. You don't give it away. That's how you lose all your money, like a lottery winner.
That's right. You want to create something of lasting value. And
if you don't have people working, then you're just destroying money. So
what he's trying to create is these reactors on thorium, which would be great if we were able to get little thorium reactors, like personal thorium reactors in our houses. We wouldn't even really need to burn coal or anything. And then he was trying to solve the toilet problems in Africa, because a lot of their diseases and stuff are coming from the fact they don't have toilets. So he wanted to have like portable toilets that would clean themselves and work forever, that kind of thing. So yeah,
Well-
he's doing some interesting stuff that he's trying. He's catering also to the lowest common denominator. Like Elon Musk is going to give like the rich people ability to go to Mars. That's what he's trying to do. But like Bill Gates, at least you see like, okay, he's trying to give people toilets that have diseases. Like it's a different priority, and it's kind of more important in my mind. So I mean, I hope it succeeds in those kind of projects, because that would just be great for us as a whole.
And Windows isn't that horrible of an operating system. It's not. It's better than OS X, even though that's Unix.
Yeah, they need competition there, and Google's doing it, and they're good. They're gonna, as long as they have healthy competition, they're good.
Yeah, pretty much.
But don't you think that AI is a bit of a bubble, and it probably would be like the internet? It'd be like the .com bubble. I heard some people saying YouTube videos saying that.
Yeah,
it's a new tool, like blacksmithing. It's a new tool.
It's a bubble, and it's not that new. It's just popular now. They're pretty much passing money along, washing each other's clothes, and it's just blow. I don't understand what's going. I do understand what's going on. It's good. Just diversify your portfolio, and you'll probably be okay.
Yeah, but Nvidia now are like the biggest company in the world, and like they're overhyped, my guy. Noel likes it.
It's hard to say if they're overhyped or not, but diversify.
Like Tesla, like Elon Musk is probably 70% overvalued because he's like a good salesman who's lying a lot. Because I follow this YouTuber called Thunderfoot who debunks a lot of stuff that Elon Musk does and says.
Oh, I'm a big Thunderfoot fan. Huge Thunderfoot fan.
Yeah. So you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of these guys, they're like rich because they're overhyping their product and stuff like that.
Yeah, Elon Musk makes a lot of government money. That's why he is so rich. He gets the new money right off the printing press in NASA's budget.
Yeah, NASA did a mistake there because they wanted him to go to Mars with that huge rocket thing, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Well, they'll probably spend more money, but I don't think he's failed his. He promised like 5 years ago that he was going to try and go to Mars in 2025. That didn't happen.
Well, he still has a couple more weeks left, so couple more weeks left. Let's see if we can get how many sellers can get on.
How is Jack? How is Jack? Talcott. How is him doing?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to him in a couple weeks.
How are you, Noel? Sorry, we didn't say hi. We were in the middle of
Good. And my day was good today.
Good.
How was yours?
Yeah, it was good.
What did you do?
Went to work.
How was work?
Work was work.
And do you stay busy at your job?
I can be, yeah.
That's so weird.
It's weird to be
No,
busy.
I was saying, what do you do?
That's also a very complicated question. I do a lot of things. I started out as being in gamma spectroscopy at my job.
What is that?
That's looking at gamma rays and knowing what they're from, looking at the fingerprint of the gamma rays. Like it's a statistical fingerprint that tells you what released the rays. So I'm bleeding though. I can hear myself back.
Wait, is this
So
like
what do you mean?
physics? Are you working?
physics.
Are you a physicist?
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
So, well, I thought physicists like were the ones that believed in climate stuff. So you're quite rare in the science community.
I mean,
most scientists believe in climate change.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And I know that's what the narrative says. I don't know if that's true. Most physicists are like, I don't know. I'm not into that kind of science. I don't look at there. I'm doing my own kind of science. I'm not doing climate science. I trust the climate scientists is what they're going to say. Yeah, I believe in it because that's what they say. I'm in with their narrative because they're scientists like me. They're my in group, right? So that's what most physicists are
Sorry,
doing.
yeah. I'll stop talking about it. But what are you working exactly on? What are you trying to save the planet with your stuff?
Oh no, I'm not trying to save the planet. The planet's fine. I just don't want people to ruin it. Like I've seen projects where people are going to try to make the planet colder. And I'm like, maybe we should discuss this as a planet before you start making it colder. Like, how much do you believe this climate change stuff is real and it's negative? Because,
Dude, geoengineering, I'm thinking that it might have to be done. I'm looking at, I saw some interviews of people really thinking about it. They're thinking of putting satellites in space to reflect sunlight.
I mean, it's good that we have cold climates. Like, I think that's really cool. It's really good. And there's special animals that need cold climates. Like, it's obvious that needs to happen. But I don't know. There should always be a cold climate somewhere, like on Antarctica, North Pole. Doesn't like, you don't think so?
Noel, I think you're a spy. I don't think you're mentally ill at all because you like this. You understand.
Like, there's so much land to the north in all of these countries, so much land that is just unusable because it's cold and arid. And like, okay, if the world got hotter, okay, no, we would move further away from the equator maybe, but there's so much land north is what I'm saying. Canada's going to be rich.
Yeah.
Russia?
So anyway,
Yeah.
I disagree with that because of permafrost. But anyway, so Binyamin, what do you think about? What are you exactly doing? You're trying to do a laser or something to kill the aliens?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. A laser to kill the aliens. You're right. Absolutely. That's my project.
No, seriously,
help?
what are you doing?
No, just gamma spectroscopy, but I'm doing other stuff. That's just my job. That's just my work.
What does that mean? Like, what does gamma spectrometry mean? Is that like for?
It just means looking
microscope?
at the fingerprint of material, and it's a statistical fingerprint. And if you look at the fingerprint, you can know how much of that material is there that's giving off the radiation. Is basically what it is. So, like, you get packages from Fukushima back in the day, and you're like, oh, I can see that there's cesium in this package, and I know how much is here, how much rubbed off here. And yes, it's safe. It's not a lot of radiation comparatively to the spectrum in the background. But
dude, you're working in a nuclear facility in freaking Israel, my guy. Secret nuclear facility.
No, that's not
That's
secret.
cool, man.
No, it's commercial.
I just found out. I thought it was secret.
No, it's commercial. It's commercial. Yeah.
That's cool. I know how you guys got your nuclear. It's the French. So that was fun.
Do you know how the world got our nuclear? I don't know how the world got our nuclear. They took all the Jewish people, put them in the US, and they're like, okay, now it's ours. No. It's our nuclear. You guys took it from the Jews.
Evil Jews invented nuclear. You invented the nuclear bomb. It's the Jews' fault for all this nuclear stuff.
That's right. You're exactly right. Yeah. It's not evil. We're working for the US. And some of us were working for Russia. And there's also like non-Jews that were involved in it, by the way. It wasn't only Jews.
So you guys are like the chosen ones. I'm joking here, but this is some people believe in this stuff, especially like
Israel has a nuclear program. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Nick Fuentes is like really popular now in the right in America, and he doesn't like the Jews. He believes in all the conspiracies.
I don't think so. I don't think he actually doesn't like the Jews. I think he's right to not want other people polluting your politics. And maybe he takes it to the extreme and blames Jews for it, but I don't think he actually even does. To be honest. I like a lot of what he says, actually, Nick Fuentes. And he's at least having some conversations that are important. Like, he can come off very harsh. Like, it could sound like he's, I don't know. And he jokes about things inappropriately, but I get that. You can sometimes joke about inappropriate things. It doesn't mean like you actually believe that.
Dude, that water stuff in Iran, I'm following the water crisis in Iran. Dude, They should have stopped investing their nuclear stuff and invest in their water because they're running out of water.
The thing is, like, if they wanted to, we could give them water stuff in a day. Like, we could just give it to them. It's not a problem. We could teach them how to deal with their water. Israel, like, that area, that land is like, it's called the breadbasket of the Middle East for a reason. It's so high in produce and farming. It's such an amazing place. And for them to have a water crisis, it's insane. It's insane. And for us to not like to not have a water crisis and have the minimal amount of water that we have here is like, okay, you guys are doing something really bad, really wrong if you were fucking up the water that bad.
Yeah, I heard like 50% of it was due to mismanagement, corruption, and climate change. Climate change has a big part to play with it.
Has nothing to do with climate change. We're getting water from the ocean, guy. Our entire nation is getting water.
I heard they had record drought there last 5 years in Iran. So
yeah, they're mismanaging water. That's like obvious. It's something that a nation needs to do is manage water, know how to have clean water. Like Mexico, you know how Mexico is mismanaging their water? They're taking their groundwater. They have water underneath Mexico, and Mexico's just going to collapse one day. Mexico City. It's insane.
I heard a lot of cities are sinking because they take water on the ground and it sinks.
And the
aquifers cannot refill because they're squashed in, so there's no more air gaps, so the water can't get in anymore. They can't refill.
Yeah. It was interesting. Crazy. There was like a period of time where a lot of people from California were coming to Israel to learn how to grow crops in California. Now, like the business there is like it's on its own. Like California could also help with the water problem in Persia, in Iran.
Yeah, because I heard they might have to move the whole city if we get it. I don't know if it's going to get that bad, but they're importing a lot of water now in trucks because like their dams are like 5% full. They don't have all their dams are empty.
Yeah, to figure out your watershed, it's possible. I just have to say it's fucking possible. Just do it.
Well, maybe they'll have to fill up an oil tanker with water and replace an oil pipe with water instead.
Yeah, no. Just be more efficient with your water. You can treat your water and recycle it. It's very easy.
You mean like to your house? You have water pipes to your house, right?
Yeah, to everyone's house. People use a lot of water for agriculture. Water's really cheap, like it's subsidized, right? Water shouldn't be as cheap as it is. Like its value is way higher. But if the price of water is low, that means the price of food is low because that's what it translates into. But yeah, if you're more efficient with your water, you're not actually consuming as much water. You're recycling it more and more.
Yeah, I heard most of the water use in the world is for agriculture. So a lot of irrigation, a lot of agriculture is irrigated nowadays. And most of the farmland is for animal agriculture. Most of the irrigated farmland is for animal agriculture. So we especially in America, a lot of your farmland is irrigated from water that's under aquifers that will not be refilled because they're sinking. So in the future, you'll have to eat less meat because you won't have enough land to water your crops for animals.
Half of our country is owned by the government, half of the land. So we have plenty of farmers.
I heard China's buying a whole bunch of land over there too.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but the government land is not really good for agriculture. It's mainly forestry, mountainous, while it's not really good for
any land can be good for agriculture. Any land can be good for agriculture. That's not true.
Well, no, mountainous land is harder to do tillage in. It's harder, good for.
There's still plants that only grow in higher altitudes as well.
Like cocaine. But if you want to grow if you want to grow corn or soya, you can't do it in a mountain. It's quite hard to do.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But you can still do it. It's still possible. 100%. You could use that land for something. I guarantee it.
They grew a whole bunch of stuff in Afghanistan, so in this mountains.
That was heroin for your opioid, for your painkiller.
Absolutely.
Right, that too. Yeah. Mountains are also very strategic points. A lot of
any mountains in Israel?
Cities were built on mountains.
Is there any mountains in Israel?
Yeah, Jerusalem's a mountain, man.
Well, I heard there's man-made mountains after centuries of use. They're called ancient civilizations. They just dumped all their buildings and it made like small hills. They were ancient cities.
That's possible. I don't know where that's from, but yeah, it could be. I haven't heard that, but it sounds like it could be possible.
Yeah, man, we're talking like Joe Rogan here. Like this is all cool stuff. Now we have to talk about aliens. This is what Joe Rogan likes to talk about.
I just don't have a theory to match why aliens would be real. That's what I don't get. Like, it doesn't seem possible from physics. Like, I get that there's a narrative there and everyone's confirming it and everyone's saying, yeah, it's real. But I also get, like, where would they be from? How did we never see them before? Because, like,
well, there's this Harvard scientist there, Jewish Harvard scientist, that's saying that the meteorite could be a UFO. Have you heard of that guy? What's he called again? He's
could be
Harvard scientist who's like really popular now online with the
thing
UFO
is, they would have
people.
had to, yeah, they would have had to evolve way before us to a point where they're able to travel intergalactically and then get here by the time we were just being born, right? So, I mean, I get the universe is really old, and yeah, if they were born a million years before us, then yeah, they could probably have had that time to get here, maybe. But like the universe is so big, and like the time, like if you look at the closest galaxies that are like 10 million years away, something like that. So it's, yeah, you're seeing them 10 million years ago. So unless they evolved 10 million years ago, you're not going to see them there. They're not going to even exist for you. It's not impossible. They can't travel at a speed fast enough to get to you for them to show themselves as a possibility. They can't send any information fast enough to this area for it to get to us. Like that's just the law of physics. It's the speed of light. So you're going to have to explain to me how these aliens are breaking the laws of physics as we know them, the fundamental laws of like the speed of light. And Einstein-Rosen bridge is just magic. It doesn't make sense to me. I get it's geometrically possible, but it's just doesn't.
I was going to say magic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Eric Weinstein or Brett Weinstein, the physicist guy, is? Think he's got a new theory of everything, and that could explain
the
it.
geometric unity. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so he's bullshito. And what do you think? What do you think of his brother Brett Weinstein?
I don't know. I think they're smart.
He's anti-vaxxer.
I think they're both smart. I don't think he's got a theory of everything, but he's got some interesting ideas in there.
A theory of everything would be pointless because you won't have enough. You won't have enough resolution to do anything with it. The theory of nothing.
Oh, Denizen, what's up, man? How's your move? I didn't see him there in the chat.
How? Okay.
Okay, that guy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense that like aliens would be here, but if they're here, they got lucky. They were around a long time ago.
Space aliens.
Around for a while.
We have aliens here, but they're just illegal aliens from this planet. So
I mean, what would be more likely to me is if you figure out how to go back in time, which doesn't even make sense anyways, because science fiction isn't real. Like, okay, here's my thing with time travel. So time travel, if you were to actually go back in time, you would make your particles go back in time. That means you would get younger, but the universe would still go forward. You're not going to, like, you'd have to make the entire universe go backwards in time and you stay at the same time for time travel to be the way it is in the movies.
I'm sure Annie would like to be younger.
Like, I'm staying the same age. I'm not aging or going back in time, but the entire universe is going to go back in time for me. Like, that's kind of weird. That doesn't make sense in any way of physics thinking. But like that's the narrative in science fiction. So that's what people think about
not all of them. So like Dragon Ball has parallel universes. So if you go back in time, you just go to a different universe that looks the same as the one you left, but only 5 minutes ago or however long it is.
Yeah. But don't physicists say that it's possible maybe to go in the future?
Of course you can go in the future.
We're doing it right now.
We're doing it right now. But the question is, what is time, right? What is time? And I think I have a really good model of time. So I don't think yeah, I don't think I have a bad understanding of time in any way. I think the model of time I'm using is a lot better than a lot of physicists' model of time, to be honest.
Wait, there's a different model of time. You have a different model of time. This is gonna be tricky for me to understand now. What?
No, it's actually really simple. It's actually really simple. The only trick is understanding what light actually does and bosons actually do. So light is an instant. It doesn't have time. It's an instantaneous particle, and the time it has is whenever it was released. All of its energy is in space and not time. So that's what light is. And for time to even exist past an instant, it would have to reflect back and forth in one spot for periods of time, and that's how time would emerge. And so if all particles were basically that, a way for energy to be localized, for those instants to carry over and influence each other, that's how time emerges. So yeah, basically it's trapped light. And as soon as you have trapped light, which we call fermions in physics, then that's when it's trapped energy, and it all behaves like energy. It behaves like waves. All of our equations in quantum physics and even in the standard model with fields is all based on waves. So it's like, it would be kind of, I don't know, counterintuitive to be like, oh no, these aren't waves, because everything is modeled with wave equations.
I didn't understand half what you said there, but yeah, okay. So it's the Big Bang. Everything is happening all at once, basically, or something, is it? Or like there is time, but it's
not happening all at once. Things that can stay in one spot and go back and forth mean they get localized. They last longer than in an instant by definition, because their frequency stays for a longer period of time. Everything else is an instant. This stuff can stay in the same spot. So like the third rotation of one of them could be the second rotation of another, and they're still both here interacting with each other because they're in the same spot. And so time is progressing because they're both advancing in reflections. One might be advancing faster, I don't know, based on relativity or whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is that there's these waves that are relating to each other. And all of the relativity formulas basically go into that and prove that. So it's like, except for general relativity, which is another story.
So you know the way when they found quantum physics, the scientists who found it out became like woo-woo spiritual. So you know the way there's all these spiritual people who say that quantum physics is like spiritual stuff.
No, quantum physics didn't become woo-woo spiritual. The New Age gurus got a hold of quantum physics ideas and turned it spiritual. They don't understand it either. They're really, yeah, and they use it to prove whatever NF they have. And I mean, their NF might be right. It's just don't misuse science and be like, hey, this science proves my NF.
What does that mean, NF? Sorry.
El Perro? They're woo, basically.
Greetings.
Woo. What's up?
Well, you were talking about the capturing of light.
Yeah.
The picture there. This is a photograph that was taken of a background, and you see the reflection off of a lens.
Yeah.
You'll notice the different shapes and the different colors of those shapes. That's because they run at different frequencies. Those different frequencies cause different shapes.
They cause different colors. The different shapes is some other reason. It's refraction. Yeah.
Well, in basic, yeah, but whether you've got a flat lens or a curved lens, concave or
that's diffraction. Yeah. It splits up the light energies. It splits up the frequencies because of the lenses. Yep.
Right, but because of the lenses, that doesn't mean that there's a difference. There's not a difference in shape. There is a difference in shape of each light frequency as well.
Okay, so each light okay, so light and harmonics are different. You're right. Okay, so if you're talking about fermions, like stuff that stays around, like an electron, for example, or a neutrino,
correct?
Right. So these, right? Okay, so fermions basically stay in one place. They're not moving at the speed of light. They're able to stay and reflect in one place for a longer period of time, and they have harmonics. And the harmonics is really what determines what the particle is actually doing. That's just it's just a
Right,
very obvious
right,
conclusion.
right. It's the interaction of the light frequency on the particle.
So yeah, so it's
and,
not
and
yeah.
just like sound, the different frequencies cause different shapes.
Right. So let's be a bit more specific, because you are right, but it's not light frequency. It's another kind. It's a harmonic frequency of whatever particle's going on there. That I can get on board with. It's like light. It's light like, but the light that you see with your eyes, it's just like a narrow spot in the spectrum of what this photon is doing. And a photon it's a boson. It's not a fermion. Yeah.
So are you saying so you're saying that the one light element interacting with that particle is causing all of these shapes?
So all these shapes that you're seeing are from photons, okay? And photons are getting destroyed. They exist for an instant. They're instantaneous. So it has to be re-emitting this light over a long period of time. So every one of these particles of light is interacting, that's coming from the sun, right? It's interacting with the lens and it's streaming towards you. If you were to cut out the sun, then all of this would obviously disappear, right? You need the source to go through this process. And so what the process is doing is it's refracting this light into your eyes, and what the lens is doing is it's refracting them differently based on their frequency, because there's something called because the wavelength likes to match the inner frequency of the lens. So there's actually something called diffraction grading, where you can just block out all light that isn't a very specific frequency, because you've made such a small cavity that only this light can exist in that cavity. All other lights, it would destructively interfere them. It would cancel them out.
Okay, so then the particle that has the harmonics that's showing the shape, would that not just be an obliterated shape exploding in all directions?
So the problem with that is you cannot see the shape, because if you see the shape, that means you're taking information out of the shape. And if you take information out of the shape is no longer the shape. That's at this level, right? At this level, any information you take out of it is changing it. It's so sensitive. It's so tiny.
That's why I'm asking, because the information I see here, you'll notice that the shapes, you can see where the actual sun is coming from. So you've got one beam of light that is actually having seemingly some kind of absolute effect on the particles around it, and it's the reflection, whether you call it light or harmonics. But either way, it's causing shapes.
That's right. Yeah. But it's streaming towards you. It's not like something that just exists and that's it. It's like a continual existence. The sun is constantly giving you out light for these shapes to exist. As soon as the sun stops, the shapes don't exist anymore. So there's a stream there.
Yeah, uncertainty principle, because of how small the things are. So any observation will disturb.
Right, observation equipment. That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's really interesting is, like in the nuclear physics stuff, a nucleus will give out a very hyper specific gamma, like super specific. It's like its energy is the same across all spectrum. It doesn't matter how fast you're going, anything. It'll give out a very specific gamma. And this very specific gamma has a range. We can only detect it in like this bell curve way. And we're trying to get these accurate devices to try to detect what this wave actually is. But every time we get the wave, we're measuring it by what? With an electron. And the electron is fuzzy. And the electron doesn't really know what the frequency is, so it makes mistakes. So like this very accurate phenomenon in the world, we can never measure it to certainty. We will always get like this uncertainty window where it seems like it's different things, but we're just absorbing it differently. It's crazy.
Sorry for my stupidity. What's a gamma ray again? It's something that comes out of atom or something?
It's high energy light, yeah.
That comes out of radioactive stuff.
That's right, yeah. Usually. Technically, you could synthesize it. Like X-rays, you can make X-rays by oscillating electrons very specifically in a high energy pattern. So you could technically do something similar with gamma rays, but
Nico could help you make some if you need some.
But yeah, that's just one kind of radiation from nuclear material.
Gamma rays are pretty bad. They're bad.
They're higher energy. I don't know if they're bad. They're high energy. You don't want, like, you have a natural gamma ray background going on constantly. There's gamma rays all around you. You can't see them, and it's natural. But like the question is how much are there, right? You have a natural background, but you don't want to be in a high density of gamma rays. That's when you start having your face melt. You don't want your face to melt. Like
Do you think we'll ever make nuclear fusion happen? Do you think that there's progress on that?
I think it is happening in the middle of the Earth, and I think it's happening on the sun, right? That's what's happening over there. And it is producing a lot of energy.
Fusion only happens in the sun.
Fission.
I think it's only fission.
Fission in the sun, Fusion we already do, Fusion we already do.
No. Fission is what we do in nuclear power plants. Fusion is what happens in the sun. Fission is what happens in the Earth and nuclear stuff.
No. Okay. Okay. In nuclear stuff, yes. But fusion is what happens when you have many particles that are sort of combining and compressing and condensing themselves in, right? Nuclear energy that we have now is when atoms are breaking apart, and we're making the breaking apart happen faster. And that's how we get this nuclear energy, because it releases all of these high energetic particles. Fusion is like in the sun.
Fission.
So the sun is, that's fission, right? Fusion is in the sun when these particles don't split apart. It's when they come together. And how do they come together? Gravity. You need a lot of gravity. So in the center of the Earth, I'm assuming, I don't know, because there's a lot of gravity there, a lot of mass pushing stuff together. There's got to be some kind of fusion going on in the center of the Earth. It's not radiating outwards.
Well, I heard thorium. I heard thorium and radioactive elements are what is causing the heating of the core of the Earth. But I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's fusion going on in the center of our planet. It's probably fusion. I could be wrong.
Fusion happens in the sun. Fusion happens in the sun because of gravity. Gravity is pushing all of these
molecules.
Oh, yeah,
fission. Fission in the center of the Earth.
Well, where does radioactive material come from? It comes from a star that exploded, and it's got a very long half-life. And so this stuff that has a long half-life is going to exist for long periods of time. And this stuff is breaking apart. It's breaking apart because it's not naturally supposed to be so tightly packed together. And it usually breaks down to lead, because lead is very stable. But that's what happens. That's the natural process. And so then fission is just being like, can we break it apart on purpose? And can we make it break apart faster? Because thorium is breaking apart anyways. It's not stable, but it's got a half-life. So can we speed up the half-life and get energy out of it? That's the whole question of thorium. That's what happens in uranium. You want to break it up faster. And that's how you get energy out of it. I mean, just naturally it radiates energy, but you can also make it radiate faster, and that's nuclear, right? Fission, sorry.
Can you look up quickly there if fusion happens in the center of the Earth? I think that'll be easy to answer. I don't think it does, though,
because no one's ever been to the center of the Earth. But there's a lot of gravity there, and so I'm the likelihood of fusion is higher in the center of the Earth than it is out here.
Victor Schauerberger spoke on this in regards to water. You have an implosive power and an explosive power. The implosive power tends to generate itself.
Right. Because it has to be contained, and gravity is containing it. But yeah, you need like a balloon for it to happen in to contain it. Some kind of balloon that stretches and pushes it back in.
Yeah, gravity is a force field.
That's right. Yeah. So for fusion, you need something like that. The joke is it's 50 years away, basically. If you ask throughout all of history, you ask them, when is fusion going to be real? They're like, oh yeah, in 50 years. It's only 50 years away. That's what they always say. But it's getting more popular now. It looks like they might be getting close. I don't know. It'd be cool if they did.
What does Israel have a nuclear power plant?
Of course.
Do you have one? Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you use it for desalination?
For power. So yeah, I guess at some point. There are research reactors, and then there's power reactors. We have both.
Hello?
I rule this fabulous company.
Hello?
Yo.
So can you explain to me what is AI means, please? I don't know what is about that. I'm sorry.
I had a nuclear reactor at the university. My university had one in Canada. a nuclear reactor. My University of Canada.
Oh, what is the AI?
We already asked the AI. It'll tell you.
Can you please?
Yeah, it's software. You have a computer. It does stuff. That's
You got a lot
AI.
of feedback. Noel, can you? You're not.
Oh my, that was President Brown's boy.
There we go.
Is this okay? Hello?
That's way better. That's way better. Thank you.
So can you tell me about AI, please?
Yeah, it's software. It's another word for software.
Is it a bad thing or is it like a good thing?
It's a horrible thing, but I need it to do stuff, so I'm going to keep using it.
Everything is good and bad. It depends how you use it.
That's true.
You know the way they say it'll become like what's it called? Really smart. What's that term they use? It'll be like really. Yeah, no. There's another term they use where it
Genius.
gets like super smart.
Genius.
No. It's like when it's gonna be like smarter than a human or something. I forgot. But anyway, so and then you know the movie Terminator. I don't think we'll ever get like Terminator stuff, but have you seen like the robots they're making now? Like, I'd be surprised there's some good robots out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be cool.
Well, I'm
right?
They'll
out.
probably use.
You're out, man. Thanks for coming,
Yep.
buddy.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, we'll probably use like robots, more robots in the future, and they'll use AI and crap like that. So the robots will be able to take care of us all, and we'll get ourselves fat and sassy.
Did you see
Have a
that
good time with the
Wall-E movie?
robots.
Did you ever see Wall-E?
Yeah, fully automated
Well,
gay space communism. Yes.
How like they have all these fat people in these chairs that are being wheeled around and they're like plugged into this virtual reality set and they're all just drinking some soda. It's such a funny depiction of the future. And
It's either
like,
that
poor
or
robot trying to do everything.
or Idiocracy or Terminator.
We're doing Idiocracy now, so
It's either Wall-E, Idiocracy, or Terminator. That's the only choices you have for the future.
why not? Why not Matrix? I'll take the Matrix.
Matrix isn't the future, it's the present.
Oh, okay. Never
It's
mind.
just when the program becomes too much to run because they're running too many programs themselves. So you don't only have to render them, you have to render all the programs they're rendering.
Then download more RAM.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, the Matrix can't handle that kind of load. Like that's a lot of load. You're asking a lot of the Matrix. So
Okay,
yeah,
we have to build another one.
Humans can't advance or they'll break our code.
We have to build another one and migrate.
Yeah, they're processing too much. They don't. Why do they need to process so much? That's a big load. It's a lot of work.
The humans will also be helping with the processing.
No, they don't. That's not how rendering works. Have you ever? You know how rendering works, right? You know how what do you call it?
Yes. So pretty much we have simple computation scripts do part of the map bomb. So it's a big map bomb that it can be parallelized and done in parts. So it's using multiplication.
So it's like an emulator. You know how an emulator works?
Yeah. So emulator pretends to be another computer, pretty much.
Right. So it does it uses your calculations to do its own calculations.
Yeah.
And it becomes very inefficient very quickly. Like you need a more powerful computer to emulate a less powerful computer, basically. Otherwise, it's
no, you don't need to, but it's going to be running really slow.
Really slow. There you go. Exactly. Yeah.
But it's possible to do the computation. Just takes you have to be very patient because we're slower than the real chip.
That's right.
So.
Right. So yeah, if we are the ones being rendered, we are the ones. It's like our world is a emulator. and then our world is trying to process information in itself, we are overloading whatever the main processor is.
To turn the resolution down. Come on.
No,
Simple.
well, yeah. So it either has to be super powerful and infinitely powerful to render everything and allow us to render whatever we want, or it's a matrix and we'll break it at some point.
Let's break it. Make them upgrade.
Well, we're going to have to process a lot of information in one spot to break it.
Yep.
Overload it.
Yep. We can do it. Can we break it? Yes, we can.
Like you can't have a
Wait,
file
so the
bigger than the
matrix-
hard drive.
So the Matrix is actually based on real physics and science and shit.
No, it's Plato's cave, pretty much.
Yeah. It's simulation hypothesis.
All right.
Yeah, the
Not,
Matrix
not the Matrix itself. The Matrix itself it's like a science fiction thing. Thinking that the world is a simulation is something different. It's not the Matrix. The Matrix doesn't mean the world is a simulation. It's like become a metaphor for it, of the simulation world.
But scientists are not sure if we're in a simulation. Like they
How
don't
could you
know
be?
if we're in a multiverse.
You're looking at the simulation from the simulation. That's what science is.
Yeah, it's self-referential, so
You're
wouldn't
using
be
a
able
simulation to
tell.
look at itself.
Yeah.
So like, how could we know that we're in a simulation? Obviously, if we're using the simulation to look at itself.
Yeah, unless we like run a special code that says the version number of the software, but we wouldn't be able to figure it out. So from inside.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, it had to literally be a library called built in that tells what software we're running, or we won't figure it out.
But the math works, the mechanics work. It's predictable based on whatever we do find about reality.
So God is real. God is in a parallel universe floating around with his aliens and demons poking us.
That's
yes, but not for that reason.
I believe in, yeah.
Yeah, yes, but not for that reason.
But he's in a different parallel universe.
No,
that's not what I believe.
What do you believe in? Like, if you're a physicist, how does God play into this weird planet we're in, simulation we're in?
I can just tell you what the Torah says. It makes 3 claims on God. 3 claims. So one claim is one. Okay. One claim is God is one. That is one claim. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means, but that's just one. We have to assemble it all to try to get an idea. Another one is in his name himself. So he says, I will be what I will be. Basically, don't give me a name. Don't try to define me. So undefinable. And then the last one is there's nothing other than him. There's only God. So another dimension, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't line up. So any definition you can give for God is just going to be wrong unless it's like abiding by those principles. And those principles basically say don't define him. So like that's the thing. Like we're within this created universe trying to define the creator of it. It doesn't make sense. Like how could we do that? What we can do is decipher his purpose for the creation. What we can do is decipher like meaning in this creation and where we are. We can make the best of it. We can turn it into paradise. So those things are possible, but to know whatever's outside of it, like that's pretty hard. Good luck if you want to try doing that.
Wait, so this is kind of like pantheism. Everything is conscious, everything is God kind of thing?
No.
Yes, in some sense.
You're still trying to define it, so you'd just be wrong. It won't work.
We're made out of God because God is everything. So in some sense, yeah. So in some sense, no, because we don't have command over the root mind. That is God. So
this is what Maimonides says. You can only say that is not God. So it's like, oh, is beauty God? Well, beauty is not God, but it's not God.
Right. So God is not a thing. He's just everything. He's like nowhere and everywhere at the same time. So
Well, no,
that's quantum physics right there. That's quantum physics.
Does Maimonides use the law of excluded middle? Does he assume the law of excluded middle, Maimonides?
Basically, what the theory says is you could try to know God, you'll never know God. You can get closer, you can get higher. That's all good and great. So getting closer to God and knowing God more is good, but you can never actually know God. You can never define God. That's impossible. The other one is that there's a purpose. Like since it's impossible to know God, you can only strive to it. What is it? The utility in knowing God? What does it add to meaning in your life? And to whatever extent, where do you derive meaning from your life and maximize that? And like, if there really is a God, right? You can go on that tangent and that way of thinking. Then what does he want from the universe? What does he want the universe to be? Does he, right? And like, I hear people on panels being like, "Oh, just no suffering, no suffering." I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Cut your foreskin. He's got some weird sense of humor, God.
No, it seems like no. Like if you look at the world around us, it seems like whatever created it wants us to suffer to some degree. Wants suffering to exist at least. It's not like suffering. So suffering isn't bad. It's a motivator. It's something that we can reduce and minimize, but it's something that's a part of life regardless. And trying to run away from it is only bad for us, right? So
wait,
yeah,
so is God like? Could God be like a superhuman alien or something? Could be like a troll alien that's trolling us right now?
No, that would be a creation, right? That would not be a God.
Yeah, but God's a creator, isn't he?
So are we. We're creators.
So we're God.
No, we're creators.
Yeah, but you said God is a creator. We're creators.
It's a way to describe, like, again, I don't want to say God is this. That's one of his names. It's one of the ways you can look at one of the perspectives, one of the relationships.
We're going around the circle of life. So is this like quantum physics stuff? You know, the way in quantum physics, if you observe it, it's gone, and if you don't, it's there. Some.
That's not how it works in quantum physics. If you observe it, you've destroyed it. You've absorbed it. Whatever information you've observed, you've destroyed. You've absorbed it. You've detected it. That's what happens in quantum physics. And so when you observe something, you collapse it to a point, obviously. Like, how else are you going to transfer the information? You just don't know. You're not certain about that point and where it is and how fast it was moving, all that stuff. But you had to collapse it to a point to transfer the information. So that's all quantum physics is saying.
This is woo-woo stuff to me, but I mean, this is why the spiritual people think the quantum physics is like special, like spiritual stuff, because it's so complicated to understand.
Yeah.
Like, do you understand quantum physics? Do you understand the maths and all that shit?
I do, yeah. I mean, I know there's like some famous quotes for people, like, if you think, like, it's basically they're saying it's impossible to understand quantum physics. Like, all of the best quantum physics say you can't understand this. Like, it doesn't make intuitive sense. And I don't feel that way. Like, I feel like it was a challenge to make it make intuitive sense, but I think it can make intuitive sense.
Yeah, do a lot of matrix math to just know what the heck's going on.
And what they are right about in quantum mechanics and just physics in general is shut up and calculate. That's their motto. It's like, don't try to understand this stuff. Just shut up and calculate. Are you getting the right answer? Then you're doing it right. That's how math and that's how models work. Are you predicting reality? Then yeah, the model's doing something right. we don't know what it's telling us about reality, but yeah. But then yeah, there's all these different kinds of interpretations, but a lot of them are incorrect. And all the woo stuff about saying, oh yeah, we're changing reality by looking at it. Yeah, no shit, you're changing reality by looking at it. That's exactly what looking at it does. There's observation is taking information and energy away from something. Or giving it to it, have it modify the information somehow and take the information back. That's also a way to communicate and get information from something. So yeah, some detections we do is we bombard stuff with energy and see what energy is getting released from it afterwards, and then based on that we can be like, oh yeah, now we can see the stuff, right?
Right. So quantum physics is the smallest stuff we can see. It's the basics of physics, is it? Or is there something before that?
Quantum physics is universal for things that are smaller and smaller. So everything that is smaller is going to use quantum physics to some extent. It's just to try to understand what's going on at that level is going to be harder and harder, I think, in the future. But quantum mechanics is going to be true. It's at least going to have to emerge from whatever's below it. And right now, everything is still sort of, it's like the limit of knowledge. It's like, there's something called a Fourier transform, which is linked to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which basically says that you can't know frequency and wavelength at the same time of anything. Momentum, position and momentum, kinetic energy and potential energy, all that stuff you can't know exactly at the same time. It's because everything is a mix of the two. And so if you know one, you're detecting it in one way and you're not detecting it in the other way. And so like that's the measure. You can't really see the energy. So you can be certain on it. That's the uncertainty principle. So you can be certain to a certain degree on everything.
Right. So if we find out more about this, we'll be able to find God, you think? Or like the
No.
God particle or something.
No, you're looking at creation. You're not looking at like it's not God, but it's also not God.
So we'll never find evidence for God. We'll never scientifically find evidence for God.
Just because there's no physical evidence doesn't mean there's no evidence.
Yeah, there's plenty of evidence. Like
Yeah.
you had a word for the thing. That is evidence. If it's no reference to God, why would you need a word for it?
Gosh.
Yeah, but they do, like, religious people do find evidence for God by miracle and what else?
Excuse me,
Visions
do you have a
and-
problem? Do.
So here's my thing. Like, okay, so you say you do a magic trick back in the day, and no one knows how you did that magic trick, and you're like, oh yeah, because I got powers, and there's such a thing as magic. You could trick people into believing in you or in magic or all kinds of stuff if you're a good magician, right? People are dumb and they'll believe it, and they don't have social media or internet. They've never seen this kind of thing before. They live and they slave away in a small village, and here's this guy doing magic stuff and promising big things, right? So this kind of stuff does happen in history. And it's like a way to swindle people. And so like when you look at miracles and what are miracles, it's like, okay, yeah, what are miracles? Try to define what a miracle is. Well, what are you looking at? What perspective are you looking at a miracle from? Like, are you looking at the Christian definition of a miracle or the Greek definition? Right? So that's the question. What is a miracle? And so if it's just a magic trick, that's not a miracle. If it's just something that
or
you could
it
get
could
tricked.
be a natural phenomenon that we think is a miracle. It could
Well, there
be
you go.
explained naturally.
Right. So it would have to come through some kind of natural phenomenon. It would have to follow the laws of nature to some degree. That's obviously, okay, so what all of the sages say is obviously it can be overturned. If God wanted to break the laws of nature, he could. They're saying, okay, don't go there, but he doesn't. He just doesn't. There's a midrash which says at the creation of the universe, God made a deal with the ocean that it would split. That's what he did at the creation of the universe. It's a midrash that says that. So yeah, basically what you're saying lines up with a big degree of thinking. It's like, okay, so why is the parting of the sea a miracle? And by the way, there's evidence for it. It's crazy. But why is that a miracle? Well, it's because, okay, not because it happened, it's because it happened at that time. Like if it were to happen tomorrow, so yeah, that's not a miracle. Like why if it happened tomorrow, it's just a phenomenon, right? It's a natural phenomenon. But like, okay, let's say you missed a bus and met your wife and had a happy life, right? That's a miracle, right? Why? Because it changed something. It did something. And if you if you didn't miss your bus, you never would be married and you would have been miserable, right? That kind of little direction is miraculous. And so the outcome is where you see intent. Same thing with AI. You see it's having an outcome, so you can sort of detect its intent from the outcome. And like that's a big problem in society today too, is where people are like, "Oh, this is what happened, so this is what they wanted to have happen." Not always. We're not God. Sometimes we're trying to be good and we want to do the best we can, but then it ends up messing up. It doesn't mean we wanted that mess up.
Interesting. I didn't fully understand that, but yeah, okay. This is like you're like a guru kind of fella, a smart Jew.
So, what do you think Sean's type is? Because before Hank said ENTP, and like I don't think so.
He's ST. He's so ST. He's
Yeah.
ST. Yeah. 100%.
But like, what's going on with the thinking function? Like, what do you think? Is it
I think
feminine?
I don't know. I don't know. High play. I know high play.
But
Yeah.
it just doesn't feel like TI to me.
Yeah, it's probably
Probably
ESFP.
not.
Probably
Yeah, probably
ESFP.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think ESFP not rather than
Yeah?
ENTP.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know.
Am I
Extroverted,
autistic?
sensitive.
Am I crazy?
I don't know if you're autistic. Probably
No,
because
you're a
probably
magical
yes, because,
leprechaun.
yeah, probably yes because you're here at all. That's probably the only criteria we need to diagnose autism, that you're on a panel on the internet. But it means expert, sensing, feeling, perceptive. So
I'm apparently look like a gnome, so I'm a garden gnome, and you could be a leprechaun.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll meet out in the garden. I got a gun.
Leprechaun Sean.
All right, interesting.
Interesting.
Next subject, please.
What do you want to talk about, Noel? You want another subject? You want to change the channel? Let's do it. I don't know what Libran is. Sorry, man. I might be. I don't know. If you want to put a label on it.
I'm going to stop talking now and let someone else speak. I've talked now for.
So there's a Gnostic god called Abraxas. Have you heard of Abraxas, Sean?
Say that again. My internet's pretty bad.
Have you heard of Abraxas?
No.
Okay. So yeah, go look up Abraxas. Okay. And so this is it's an idol, right? Don't get me wrong. It's like a representation of a god, right? Which is like defining God. But I think it's like the most undefined. It's like the idol that would be closest to whatever God is that idol, even though it's still an idol. It's crazy.
An approximation. The closest approximation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Say the name again of the god.
Abraxas. Abraxas.
Abraxas.
Yeah.
And was he a god of like Egypt or something, or where was he?
No, it's a Gnostic god. It was a philosophical invention.
Yeah, I heard. What's his name? The atheist scholar there. What's his name again? Something Craig, who's a mythicist. He says that Gnosticism is not really a religion. It was like a mixture of different books from Christians that scholars later on taught.
I love your voice.
She doesn't remember you, Sean. You don't remember him, Noel?
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so whatever, this scholar guy, thank you, Noel. This scholar guy said that Gnosticism wasn't really a religion. It was actually like writings from early Christians that later on, or current scholars taught was a movement back then, but it was actually just writings from early Christians that kind of were similar, but were just philosophical similarities to each other, but it weren't really a movement of their own. But that's what one scholar says, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure the origins date back to that time where there was a lot of philosophizing going around. And like there's a lot of cultures and ideologies that are gone now that we have no idea what they are. And they all had access to them back then too. These just ways of seeing
So
things.
sorry,
Yeah.
what does this God do in? Because I actually forgot what the Gnostics believe. Did they believe in knowledge, and they don't think that Jesus was a?
I don't know
think
what they
Jesus-
believe. I think they were very open in spouting philosophy. So like to quote any single Gnostic as, hey, this is what they all believed. I don't think that's true. I think it was more organic than that. Then I don't think it was formalized, but there were definitely big thinkers within their tradition, whatever their tradition is. And yeah, it's like, for me, it's forbidden, right? I'm not supposed to look at idolatry or learn about idolatry, right? But like looking at Abraxas out of idols, out of all the idols, it's like, okay, this is there's something here philosophically that it's just one step. Like, I don't know, you'd have to look at it, but basically it's still limiting, right? It's still limiting God to binaries, and it's still like it's like the ceiling of our knowledge, I think, is really what it's saying. This God is the ceiling of our own knowledge, basically. So it's not God, it's a ceiling of knowledge. But it's the ceiling of knowledge is whatever we can perceive God is, like on the highest degree. It ends up being the same thing.
So you mean ceiling is like the limit? Like we
Right.
can't go. Like we're always trying to find more knowledge, but there's always more to get, and the more to get is God or whatever.
No, it's the ceiling of knowledge. Yeah, that's the ceiling of knowledge. But it's like it's like beyond definition. So looking at something that's beyond a definition is the ceiling of a knowledge, is what they're saying. So it's even beyond knowledge.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Anyways, look into it. There's like lots of videos on it. It's interesting. But yeah, so like when you come on as like an atheist and you want to argue against God, so like I would say try to argue against that God, and then at least that would be a good stepping stone.
Wait, so you're saying that this God is similar to your God, but
No. It's similar to almost. You're almost right. It's similar to the edge of information. It's a God that represents the edge of information.
And this is what the agnostics believed in early
No.
Christianity.
I don't think it's what they believed in. No, they didn't believe in it, but it was the
Gnostics.
philosophy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Gnostics were like a group of people that were Christian, but they were different than Christians.
I don't
Forgot
know
what they were
really.
doing.
Yeah, I don't know really. I don't know how they self-defined, to be honest. Everyone's trying to define them as well. But they
Yeah,
believe
'cause I
in
think-
non-definitions.
Because there was different types of Christians in early Christianity, and then they all agreed to one thing and whatever. But yeah, I
Yeah.
heard that in early Christianity there was different types of beliefs. And I think Gnosticism was one of them.
Christianity had an interesting thing to juggle, right? Because they were trying to be pluralistic and multicultural and involve all of these different cultures. Like, I mean, you're coming from Ireland, right? So you have a very Celtic background. You were probably like your ancestors were probably sacrificing humans, right?
I'm
So-
I'm only 1/3 Irish.
All right. So your third was doing some weird stuff back in the day. So like the early Christians had an interesting challenge to bring their brand to people like you who were and like how do you bring this brand of stuff? Well, you got to incorporate it. You got to be like, okay, well, we're going to have this Odin guy in our religion and that'll represent that. And so now you can come and believe with us because like we're merging ideologies. We're merging ideas of the world. And so Christianity ended up evolving and changing a lot because of this kind of integration of peoples, trying to be universal is what I'm saying. So like,
Yeah, well,
and
that's
it's funny
that's
how
why-
quick it evolved. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I heard Christians copied a lot of pagan beliefs and ideas. Like the dying and rising God is similar to a lot of ancient gods like Dionysus and whatever.
Well, if you trace back the
And,
history of Santa Claus, for example, Santa Claus is Odin. That's what Santa Claus is. He comes from Odin. But for some reason, it got merged with some Saint Nicholas, and some reason Coca-Cola gave it red, and now he's a red guy with a beard. Like that changed so quick, right? And it's like, okay, what's the source of this belief? Like, what is this guy? Where does he even enter the religion? It's like what they tried to do was be as pluralistic as possible and invite everyone in, and just create it. Okay, we'll create this character in our religion that you can believe in, and eventually your belief's going to die, and it's going to be a part of this general melting pot of beliefs.
Wait, I didn't know Odin. Did Odin ride a sleigh and have
No,
a beard
Odin
and all
had
that?
his eyes poked out. Yeah.
No, but he didn't give out presents and ride reindeer and all
course
that
not.
stuff.
No.
Why is there
It evolved.
similarities?
It evolved. He was also not wearing red. You know, Santa didn't wear red. Early depiction of Santa was like this black
Green.
guy, like wearing
It was
black.
green,
No,
yeah.
black.
He was Turkish.
You know where
Greek
mistletoe
Turkish.
is from? Mistletoe's deadly.
Yeah, it's the pagan. It's the
Yeah, yeah.
druids. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know where you get your similarities between Odin and Santa,
It's not my
because
similarities. It's just known. It's well known. That's what the history is. Like everything has an etymology. It morphs. It's a broken telephone. It comes from somewhere. Like they don't just invent it out of nowhere. Like where does Santa Claus come from? It's just something that Christians one day are like, hey, let's invent this. There's no Santa Claus in the Bible.
Santa Claus, Saint Nicholas was a real saint, and he was giving presents. But I think you
That's right.
you think that the Coca-Cola added the sleigh and flying around the place, and that has similarities to Odin. Are you saying that there was a party going on or a festival happening in during this time, Odin rituals?
Let's put it this way: the early Christians didn't have Santa Claus. They didn't have that. That didn't exist.
Really? Like, why? Why did that not exist?
Because it's not part of the Christian religion.
Are you serious? Like, what? Why? Like, why they didn't have it?
It's because it wasn't incorporated yet. They didn't meet the Vikings
Like,
yet.
and we do have it right now. Santa Claus is, yeah.
Yeah, you have it right now. That's right.
And I'm so glad we do.
That's cool. Yeah.
And do you like him, Santa Claus, or no? Like,
It's not part of my tradition. Yeah.
that's part
I
of
never adopted
mine.
that. Yeah, I know it is. I know you adopted Odin in your tradition. I know that.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you created a character. It's like a fictional character.
Do you think the Easter Bunny or the Tooth Fairy wheel?
My brother has a son, and he was like telling me he was like, oh, the tooth fairy took my tooth, and he's building a tower out of it. The tooth fairy gets to decide whatever it wants to build out of your stuff, and so my tooth is going to a tower. It left me. It's like this is what I was like. My brother's son said this. I was like, I know it's a lie, right? Narrative of a lie. It's like, what do you mean it's a lie?
What is it?
The tooth fairy. It's a narrative lie. There's actually a tooth troll, and it's not going to build a tower. It's going to torture elves.
How do you know?
I don't know. I was giving him like a counter narrative. So like, he's like, no, it's a fairy. But yeah.
Can you please tell me like what is your Christianity is?
Finally.
He's I think my brother's son is like an ENFP. I believe he got
No, you.
What?
I'm saying, I'm asking, what is your religion?
I don't believe in religion, Noel.
Why?
I think it's a lie.
How is it? Why?
I think it's a creation of what we've created. I
think
And so I have a question for you. Is it really okay that I ask people their religion or no? Like I'm just trying to, yeah.
I think it's generally okay. Is it?
No, I like controversial topics. Ask all the controversial topics.
Yeah,
Well, maybe
Noelle,
not.
your
There's limit.
mic is really bleeding in.
Is it or no?
Yeah. Sorry. It's good to talk to you, but
Hello, is it?
Yeah.
Is it or no? Is it okay now?
No, it's better, yeah.
So can you tell me, a lot of people do not say their religions, like why?
So I think we're trying to define ourselves based on religion, right? Like that's what people, yeah. And
Why?
like trying to ascribe to a belief system, but it's not a belief system necessarily. Like if you want to unpack what a religion is, it's more than just like a belief system. It's a set of rituals. It's a community affair. Like a lot of the things that are in a religion are positive things, but they're not necessarily like they get lumped in with a religion, but they're not necessarily religion. Like marriage, for example, marriage is lumped in with religion, but marriage is like, it's a social thing. It's across every culture and every religion has marriage, right? So it's not, marriage doesn't belong to one religion, but just every religion interprets it differently. So like this one thing needs to exist. It's a solution to a problem. That's why it exists. And once we start getting rid of marriage, then we'll see what the problem actually is and how it was the solution, right? But it's like something that worked, right? And overall, it's positive for society to have marriage. And not everyone gets married, and some people really want to, and they're not able to find a partner. Like that's an ideal world, and we don't live in one. And there's that happens too, right? But it's like it's naturally positive and healthy for society. And once it starts dissolving, we'll start to see the problem again. And we'll go back towards it. But so it's like this fundamental truth, or this fundamental, like, unless we figure out what it's actually solving and get rid of that, it's like this fundamental truth for humanity that, okay, we'll just call it a religion, but it's universal. It exists everywhere. At one point, there wasn't such a thing as a weekend. There was no such thing. We just worked. There was no days of the week. There's no day off. No one had that luxury. We were all slaves. We worked every day, all day, like animals. Yeah, having a weekend and a day off, that's something that is now universal. It's not religion. It's something that's true for humanity. It's a way of life, a way of being.
Yeah, but you understand in the future.
So can you please tell me, like, how was these days are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday? Who put that together? Like, I'm just saying, who?
I don't know what other narratives there are there. I know the narrative I have.
Like, what is it?
It's something that apparently Adam invented.
So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and all those days. Like, how is that come? Like, there's no, wasn't that way back then?
It's really weird, right? That every culture across the world has a 7-day week. It's weird, right? It shouldn't exist. Like, why wouldn't a culture do a 10? Like, I would naturally pick a 10-day week. If I had the freedom to choose, I would do a 10-day week. It's way more or 12. 12 makes more sense. Like, that's why we did the clocks 12. We just had the clock.
So can you please tell me, like, a long time ago, they didn't have that Monday, Tuesday, those days?
I don't know, but everyone has it today, right? When did it first happen? That's a very interesting
thing. When did it first happen?
Right. Yeah. That's an interesting question because no one knows. No one has an origin story for it.
Well, I think the Bible mentions it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In Genesis.
That's right. In Genesis. It mentions.
But who wrote Genesis?
Yeah, who wrote that? Who wrote Genesis?
The Genesis story was around long before Moses. The Genesis story was factually around long before Moses. Moses wrote it down in the Bible, but the story itself was around long before. And it was additive.
Cool.
Yeah.
And do you think that the Epic of Gilgamesh and ancient flood stories there have similarities to the flood stories in the Bible?
Yeah, probably.
And do you think they copied whatever those ancient stories were? I think Ipeck
No,
and
I think they
Gilgamesh.
experienced it. I don't think they copied it. I think it's tradition. They experienced it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but come on, like you're a scientist, mate. How could the whole planet be flooded, mate? I mean,
I don't think it was the whole planet.
do you really literally believe that?
I don't think it was the whole planet. I think it was Mesopotamia, the cradle of humanity, where we lived basically at the time.
Yeah, I agree. The heat problem prevents the whole Earth from flooding without
Yeah.
making it moan. So,
But I think it was wherever humans were living at that time.
No, there was humans in Europe. I mean, Homo sapiens go back like 300,000 years or something. They were in
That's right.
Africa and
Yeah.
everywhere.
yeah,
right.
the flood clearly wasn't outside Mesopotamia because China would have noticed it, and they didn't notice it at the same time. Even though they
Actually,
were-
there's some interesting things in China in their characters, in the way they draw their characters, that indicate that there's like a flood story in their characters. It's
yeah,
interesting.
they had a flood, but it didn't happen at the same time as the Mesopotamian flood.
Maybe, I don't know.
I do
Maybe.
know it didn't.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's a Mesopotamian story, the flood, as far as I know.
Yeah. I mean, you don't take everything in the Bible literally, do you? I mean, except for the New Testament, obviously, that's fake. But you don't take it all literally, do you?
He certainly disagrees about the Bible's definition of pie. So
I think whatever is there, it's very condensed. Whatever is there, like okay. To some degree, people have to interpret things always, constantly. We can't understand anything as it is. We always have to have some kind of spin or interpretation on it. So I think taking it literally is impossible. We're only ever taking our interpretation of it. And so what I'm trying to do is take it more literally and less interpretively. And I think most of our misunderstandings of what's going on there is because we've interpreted it and we're not trying to actually understand it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but you can understand it, but interpret it in different ways. I mean, you can understand it in different ways. Do you know what I mean? That's why I heard the Jews do a lot of debating and stuff. They question each other a lot.
Yeah, everything there is questioned. But the thing is like the track record is always like we don't physically see the change around us between ages of human history, right? We don't see what culture was like, I don't know, 10,000 years ago. We've like memes happen in technology. We pass on technology, but we also pass on cultural success. Cultural success is something that gets passed on, and it's subconscious. It's like a collective conscious. We're not really tracking that. We're not really looking there. It's just happening. It's happening over time, and we're getting success in different ways. Where was I going with this? What was the original question?
That you don't believe in everything literally in the Bible, so you interpret it differently.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I was talking about the track record. Yeah. So everything, it's interesting that the world is closer. If you were to take the world back then, if you were actually to try to model what the world was like back then and look at the world now, the trajectory has been according to the Torah, what the Torah says. It's very bizarre. And anything that isn't according to it, I say yet, right? Because we're going to learn. We're going to learn that, that's how we're going to evolve towards that end. For some reason, that is where we've been evolving. The world is way more like the way that the Torah says today than it was in the past. It's crazy. It's insane. If you actually look at the evolution of the planet of Earth. and the other thing I see is just a whole bunch of solutions. We've got a bunch of problems in the world today, and all the solutions are right there. They're just spelled out. They're spelled out. and that's why, like, whoever uses it is just going to be ultimately successful. Whatever nation incorporates it first is going to be successful. It's just obvious.
You're talking about the Bible, the Old Testament?
Yeah. Like the land
should
solution
all the
is
Christians
insanely intelligent. It's the most intelligent solution I can see to the problem of land and finances.
Yeah, but should the Christians
far
believe
ahead
in
of society.
all the Old Testament laws? Should we?
No,
You know what
no.
Jesus said? Jesus said we have to follow the Old Testament laws,
No,
and
no, you don't.
that's it.
You don't. You don't. You have to develop your nation and build your nation. You don't have to follow Old Testament laws. You have to create a better nation. That's it. A better
Yeah,
land,
but
a
do
better
you
place for
Jews
humanity.
do you Jews have to follow all the Old Testament laws?
Yes.
But do some of you don't? Some of you are more liberal about it.
That's right.
So there's the Orthodox Jews. They're the ones that follow all the Old Testament laws. Yeah.
No, they don't. They don't. No one
So
follows all of them. It's impossible.
are they too hard? Are they
No,
not
it's just some of them
practical?
are not possible. We have so many laws that we're not doing because it's not possible. Like they're national laws, right? There are things that we're just not doing as a nation.
But are these laws in the Old Testament, or are they other books that you have?
Like there's this one law that we have to bring our first fruits to the priests in the temple. That's a law that we have to do. There's no temple, there's no priests, and we don't. And our first fruits today, we're selling them. Like we found some kind of temporary solution, but there's a law there that we just can't do. Some laws you don't want to do, like divorce. Divorce is a law, right? Divorce is
Excuse me. Can you tell me about the old Bible Testament and the new one? There's two of them.
Yeah,
Like, what
there's-
is? Can you tell me?
Noel,
yeah,
you're a
it's very
Christian.
common
You should know
information.
this.
Yeah, it's very common information. Yeah.
So the New Testament is the Christian part, is the Jesus part, and the Old Testament is what the Jews did.
They're both Jews, by
I
the
think.
way. Jews wrote all of that stuff. Don't believe
Yeah,
it's a
but
Christian. It's all written by Jews.
you believe in this special Jew called Jesus,
Yes.
and
You believe in the
and the
special
Jews
Jew
don't
called
believe in
Jesus
him.
and in everyone who wrote about him. Yeah. And we don't it's not that we don't believe in him. We just he's not relevant.
And you had messiahs in your history. I just heard today about the Frankist. There was this guy he started the Frankist movement or something. What's his name again?
Yeah. Cult of personality. Yeah. There's cults of personality exist everywhere. Yeah,
No,
there
but
were
what's that
definitely
guy who started the Jewish Frankist movement? What's it called again?
Yeah, that was after the Shabbatians. So the Shabbatians is an offshoot, and then this Frank guy took control of this Shabbatian offshoot. Yeah, it's horrible offshoot. Yeah, Frankists.
And are they still around?
Not in our community. They became their own thing.
Are they still common in the world, or are they
I have no
Jewish
idea. I have no
people?
contact with any of them. Sorry. No, I don't think any of us really do. They've been completely cut off. If they exist, they're cut off.
But I heard they were controversial or something. Were they controversial?
At the time, probably, yeah. They're not Jewish. Whatever's going on there, they're believing in some weird shit. Yeah,
Because I heard Candace Owens was talking about them, and they're saying that some Jews are still at it and they're doing bad things. But she's crazy.
I'm sure
Candace
some are.
Owens.
Hey, I'm sure some are, man. she's probably
Candace
not wrong.
Candace Owens is a bit out there.
Yeah, she's observing. She's going on an observer spin for sure. I don't know how that happens though. Like how it gets so out of control.
Well, humans, we have our quirks.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I should let you go. It was good conversation.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean.
All right, bye.
I don't know, man. I don't think he is.
Like today, it was supposed to rain all day, and it's not raining. They just don't know.
Today is not. Is it gonna rain yet? It's snowing out here right now.
Well, that's pretty neat.
It was snowing today.
Hmm.
What about you?
Well, they said it was going to rain all day, and it just didn't. They were just completely wrong about the entire forecast.
They weren't wrong. Their model mispredicted it.
Yeah, well, that's like,
Yeah.
that's just how it is.
They were wrong. Yes, you're right. They were wrong.
It's the valley that we're in, and we don't have good radar above us. It's like there's a blind spot, and so they're always wrong.
Maybe, but also maybe you're at like a very unpredictable place. Somebody is leaving.
No, that's too many. No. Yeah, I mean, it is just because of where we live, but I remember in Texas, it was always right.
So it was always right because of what?
Because I was in a flat area with no major mountain ranges. So they see the weather coming, they see it's coming this way, and it's going to keep coming. Nothing's going to stop it. And so it's easier to predict. But here there's just so many microclimates, and the big system of the ocean, makes it unpredictable.
So like today, was it supposed to rain by you, or it was like 95 chance? Oh.
Yeah, like all day long it was supposed to rain. Like, 75, 95, 100% chance, hour to hour. It should be raining right now. It should be pouring rain, and it's not.
Really? And why is not? Why is it not pouring down rain right now? Like,
because that's just not what's happening right here. I don't know. They just got it wrong.
Did you work today or no?
No, today I'm just making these crochet squares. I'm making a sweater for my sister. For my sister.
Oh, that's cool. What kind of crochet do you do? What kind of?
I do all kinds, but I'm just making these 4-inch squares, a whole bunch of them, and then I'm going to put them all together, and it's going to make a sweater.
So, are you good at it or no? Is it hard to do that or no? Is it?
I just learned
crochet.
I think it's easy. I just learned this summer, and I think it's pretty easy. But I also think that if I keep doing it, then I'll get better at it.
And it is yours. Cope with that? Do you cope with that sometimes or no?
Yeah, I think
crocheting. Okay.
Yeah, I think it helps. It's relaxing. Yeah.
And tomorrow, what are you gonna do tomorrow? Are you gonna work or?
Yeah, I'm gonna get up, try to get some exercise, take the dogs for a walk, and then I have 2 appointments with a break in the middle. So I'll do chores and working, exercise.
So you do what kind of exercise do you do? What kind of exercise?
Well, usually I just walk the
dogs. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. And how is the dog? How is the dog?
She's good. She's over here sleeping. She's right there.
That's a cute dog.
Yeah,
she sleeps all day.
Yeah, she's really awake in the morning, and then in the afternoon.
That's a big dog.
She wakes up.
Dang, yeah. That's a big.
Yeah, she's about 45 pounds now.
45 pounds? That's a wow. Is it or no?
No, she's kind of small for a poodle. I had
a poodle. It's a poodle. It's so cute.
Yeah, my other poodle I had was 75 pounds.
Was it was the 75 pounds? Is that what is it? The big or was that big or small? 75
That's
pounds.
it's pretty big. It's the
Is
upper
it?
end for a male. A male poodle can sometimes
A
be that
male
big.
poodle is so cute.
Yeah, this one's a
She's
female. This little one.
and she's energized like
She's
a lot. She's
she's very energetic, like crazy, like a puppy. She bounces off the walls. Except she's napping.
She's being a bad girl sometimes or no?
Yeah, she's learning. You know, she needs.
She's chewing the couch or stuffed animals or.
She's been really good about chewing what we give her to chew on, but then I noticed just as a new habit recently, I've seen her chewing on some furniture, and I had to
Chewing
tell her.
on some furniture, that's a bad.
I had to tell her not to do that, but mostly she chews on the things that she's allowed to chew on, like the toys that we give her and stuff.
And it's gonna rain tomorrow, or is it? What's the
That's
weather
what they
for
say.
tomorrow?
That's what they say, but I don't really know. I think it's just hard to predict right here in this valley where I live.
And
So
your valley is like a small area, or it's like a kind of small.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's called the Willamette Valley, and I don't know how big it is. I never really thought about it.
And then the weather is cold outside right now, or no? Is your weather?
It's unseasonably warm. It's been hot at night.
It's warm outside for you.
It was like when I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. It was like 57 degrees.
57 degrees.
Yeah, and I think that's really hot for December.
Do you still have snow, or no? The snow or no?
Sometimes, but it doesn't snow every year. But sometimes it does.
Snow every single year. Like why is that? Like that's strange?
It's just because we're close to the ocean. It's just a warmer climate here. On the eastern side of Oregon, it does snow every year.
Oregon. Okay, you're in Oregon. That makes sense. That makes so the eastern one, is it like a snowing outside?
I don't know if it's snowing right now in Eastern Oregon, but it does every year, and it does. The mountains get snow every year. But
the mountains, how is them? Have you ever been there to the mountains or no?
Yeah, I've been skiing before. It's been a long time.
How was that? Is it hard to do that, or is it not? Is it hard to do it?
Well, I never did downhill skiing. I did cross country, and I think it's really easy and fun.
Cross country, is it really easy, or like what is cross country skiing?
I mean, I think it's easy, but you could be on terrain that's more difficult. All skiing is easy, but it can be hard if you're doing advanced terrain.
You can get hurt doing that, or no? Do you get hurt?
Some people do.
Do that, the skiing, like
you can get hurt. Yeah, or you could like I was backpacking, doing a cross-country backpacking trip with a boyfriend one time in my 20s, and we couldn't find the place where we wanted to camp, and it was getting dark, and he fell in a stream, and he got
he fell in a river, like a stream. That's horrible.
Yeah, and he got wet, and then he got a little bit too cold, and it was making him kind of stupid. So then it was getting to be sort of an emergency, but we found this yurt where you're supposed to reserve it and pay, but it was sort of an emergency. So I think we kind of like broke in or something, and we we slept inside of that shelter and made a fire. And
And
warmed up.
so nobody said anything to you guys. That's really good.
Well, we were alone.
Oh.
Nobody knew where we were. And I think we might have, I don't think we had any money with us. I don't know. I think we cleaned up the place really well. And
do you talk to him or no? Are you friends with him or like?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I don't talk to him a lot, but I went to a concert a few years ago and he was there. And so that was really interesting to see him after like 20 years.
And you gave him a big hug. Like, it's been a long time. Oh my gosh, I miss you.
Yeah,
like that.
I actually snuck up beside him. He was talking to his friends and I sort of snuck up beside him and I put my arm around his waist and he was like, "Oh my goodness. I can't believe this." It's you.
So did you get his phone number?
Well, no, we're connected on Facebook, so I don't really need his phone number. If I want to send him a message, I can.
So, what kind of the concert was it? It was what it was.
It was
what kind of?
It was John Prine, but like a couple years before he died.
Who's that? Who's that?
Just some artists. You could look it up on Spotify. Just like old folk music, sort of. Singer-songwriter.
That was really interesting that you saw him. Like,
yeah, it was kind of a nice surprise.
And what did he say? He was like, "I can't believe this." Like some people do that. Like
Well, no, it was just a nice surprise because it was like an old familiar face that you haven't seen in over 20 years.
And so how did you recognize him? Like a long time ago? Like that's shocking. That's interesting. That's just.
Well, he was already. I guess when I dated him, he was already a fully formed adult, and he was kind of maybe like 11 years older than me. So he doesn't look that different all these years later.
So why is people are doing that? Oh, it's been a while. I haven't missed you, and like I do like that. Like it's just.
Yeah, it's neat when you live for a long time and then you reconnect with people from a long time ago, like high school. It's kind of fun.
So would I see somebody a long time ago that I ever the meet in my high school?
Maybe. Do you have friends on Facebook or social media that you went to with?
No, not on I don't do Facebook.
Well, you might be in an airport or something, and you might you're in an airport or in a grocery store or somewhere, and you say, "Hey, that person looks familiar," and then you realize it's somebody you knew from a long time ago.
That was really it happens. It happens to every day. The people see people like.
It can happen, yeah. Maybe not every day, but it happens. It's a common experience.
So what are you gonna do this weekend?
Work. Well, I don't have any appointments yet, but I assume that I will get some bookings and I'll be working. And
work is doing okay for you? Is it stressed out that one time? You told me that. How was that?
It's up and down. It's very inconsistent. So sometimes I'm busy and I make a lot of money, and then other times I'm just not very busy and there's not very much money. But I like it. I have good clients and I enjoy the work.
What about you, Benji? What are you gonna do tomorrow? Work or the same thing?
Yeah, work. Same thing, work.
Where's Hank? Where's Hank?
I think he's probably either playing a video game or doing
What
something
video?
else. Doing
What's
something,
the
watching a
video game he actually that plays? What's that one he plays?
Maybe he's talking to his mechanic. That might
Yeah.
be what it is.
What?
Could be. He might be on the phone talking
Yeah,
to
with his
somebody.
mechanic.
Yeah.
To a mechanic? What is that? What?
Or he might be in
He
the
talks
washroom.
to-
hmm
Or might be doing
And
You know how I remember a memo one time he was saying when he went to your house and there was like a shower room, you know?
wait. He went to his house. Being what?
Yeah. Memo went to Ben's house one time. 'cause he
Memo
He came
went
to his
to
room
Ben's
once.
house.
Crash, yeah.
Yeah.
Big
So
crash
in
demo.
that shower room, does that have good acoustics? Like, do you sing in there?
Oh no, it's like the entire building can hear you in that room. The entire building has like
Oh.
there's like a window that goes out, but it faces all the other windows in the center of the building. So everyone's shower window is facing everyone else's in like the whole. So yeah, you don't want to do anything there.
Can you tell me like
Unless
what
that's your
is
thing and
in
you wanna
that
do something
shower
there.
room? Like what do you mean by that? They have a singing or
No, it's just a room that's got tiles all over the place and a shower in there. And a hole in the ground.
so why did he come over to your house?
Because he came to Israel anyways, and his brother messaged me. He's like, "Hey, my brother's over there," and he wanted to interview me. So I was like,
And how is he was very polite? He was very
Yeah,
he was
he
very
slept the whole
polite.
time.
Oh.
Yeah, I would go to work. I would come home. He'd be sleeping
Mm-hmm.
all night. He'd be sleeping. He'd wake up, eat a piece of pizza, then go back to bed. It's like,
Wait, do I know him from here?
Maybe he's been on a couple
that Ben guy. Do I?
Manuel's brother.
Emmanuel's brother. Okay, that's
Yeah.
Oh.
You know Manuel.
yes.
Yes.
How is him? How is him?
I don't know. He hasn't been on today. We're gonna end soon. Well, I'm gonna end soon. I don't know what Hanks wants to do. If he wants to come back from his mechanic or not.
Mechanic. What does that mean? What is that for? Mechanic.
Mechanic is for a car. It's for a car. It's to fix a car.
So Hank has a car.
Yes, Hank has a car.
Oh, really? And
Yeah, of course.
Surprised me.
Yeah, he's had a car for a while.
He can drive with his disability. I'm sorry.
Of course he can drive. Yeah, he can drive.
Wow.
He's probably a better driver than everyone else in the world. I trust him more than anyone else.
Yeah, I bet he's following all the
all the rules, doing everything right.
Yeah.
He's probably getting pissed off at everyone else on the road.
Yep.
Everyone else shouldn't be driving, but he should be.
Yeah, that's how I feel when I drive.
Yeah.
So do you drive sometimes?
I think we all do. I probably drive the least. I don't drive very often, but I do have to drive sometimes.
I do not drive. I don't drive.
Yet.
Maybe someday.
Maybe someday. You don't know.
Do you think? Or no?
So I think you can drive?
Do you think?
I don't know. Have you ever tried?
Yes.
And
I wasn't good at it. I didn't really focus.
Did you practice?
That's my
Did you get better
problem.
at it?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah. Some people it takes longer, but like a lot of people can drive and shouldn't be driving. So I'm sure you can't be worse than them.
Yeah.
You just got to practice.
What
You gotta
about
get it rid of
you?
your motor memory.
What about you?
What about me? Do I
You
drive? Yeah,
drive?
of course.
How is yours the driving? Is it really good? Or it's
I don't know about what good is, but I drive okay. Yeah, I drive. I can drive fast. I can drive I can drive well according to the law. And most of the time I do. Most of the time yeah. I put on my
Hank
blinkers.
is gonna
I do better than most people on the road.
blinkers and wait, on the freeway. Do a lot of people drive good on the roads or the freeway? Do a lot of people? That's a good question.
So it depends. Like I went to Poland one time and I drove there and it was amazing. Driving there was great. People follow the law. Here, no. Here it's chaos. In India, it's worse. Apparently, I've never been to India, but I've heard it's way worse.
How is it? How is it so worse there? Wow.
So some people follow laws, and some countries enforce laws, and some people don't follow laws, and some countries don't enforce them enough.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a cultural factor. I'm sure some states in the U.S. drive better than other states.
So
People
how
follow
is
rules and some
Israel? How is that? Is it like a long way to drive there?
where to work.
No, to drive.
To drive to
Is-
Israel from the U.S.
You
Yes.
can't do it.
It's pretty
Why?
long. Yeah. It's pretty
Why?
long.
Why? Because you can't do it because
People
you'd
would
have-
usually fly.
You'd have to cross the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean. First of
Yeah.
all,
Maybe
It was-
you could maybe drive your car onto a ship and take a
Right.
ship to
People
a
do that.
port. And
how can
and then
you do that? That's really interesting. How can you
Well,
do that? Wow, that's
It's expensive, but sometimes when people move to another country, they want to bring their car, and sometimes there's a way they can do that. It's allowed.
never know that was a you can drive your car into the boat on a
you
boat.
can do it in the U.S. Yeah, you could do a ferry. You could take a ferry to an island in the U.S. somewhere. People do it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it happens.
That's really interesting. Didn't Stinia know that? Wow, interesting.
They have a ferry in Toronto to get to Toronto Island. You could drive your car on
Toronto Island, and is it really is a good over there? Is Toronto's doing okay over there?
the Toronto Island. Toronto Island's actually a nice place. If you ever go to Toronto, it's one of the places you should visit, I think.
Have you
Yeah.
visit
Been
there?
there. Yeah.
What is there? Like what do you do there? You walk around and
I think there's like a little amusement park for kids. There's a big bike trail. There's like a school there that studies wildlife and nature and
that's an
water
interesting.
and biology and stuff like that. There's a lot of botany there, a lot of plants. It's really nice place.
Do you can tell what they are saying? Have you ever met a real Canadian? Yeah, Ashley.
I've met a
before?
couple, yeah. I've met a
How
couple.
is-
Canadians, yeah.
Are
But-
they really friendly or are they?
Yeah, they're friendly, but their head bobs a lot. They have
What do you
like.
mean?
Have you ever seen South Park? South Park kind of makes fun, yeah. And they say the word
No.
about in house really weird.
What?
They say the word about in house really weird.
Yeah.
South Park?
South Park, yeah.
They say what really weird there?
And we all have a letter on
house?
our shirt because there's only 26 Canadians. So we just like Celine Dion has a big C on her shirt. That's how we are.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's weird. Like, why would they do that? That's weird.
That's what South Park does when South Park
Mm.
wants to talk about Canadians.
South Park is a show,
That's right.
and it's what is it? What is it about? It's like a funny show,
Yeah, it's a funny show.
and it's like is it on still, or is it like
Yeah, it's on still. Yeah, they still keep making.
really?
Yeah.
Wow. South Park is the cracking up on these people, the jokes and stuff.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it in a long time because of
Yeah,
whatever thing it's on. I don't have that. I don't like. I think you
What
can
thing
watch
is on? What is it? Is it on? Is
Comedy
it
Central, whatever
on?
Comedy Central's on.
Yeah, and it's like, if you're on Hulu, it's on there, but you have to pay extra. You have to pay for like a different package.
You
It's all
have
just
to
really
pay for that
confusing.
for Hulu for wow.
Yeah.
That's
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just too many different places to watch TV. You
That's a
can't
lot.
like afford them all. There's too many.
too many.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
Too many is a lot. Yes.
Yeah.
And Hulu, you have to pay like for it was how much it was Hulu.
I mean, even just for basic, it's like
Yeah.
maybe $9.99, and then you got to watch like all these commercials, like so many commercials still. But you can pay more to make it ad free, and you can pay even more to add on different things, like different packages to get access to different content. I just think it's so dumb when I watch like Prime or Hulu or something with commercials because it's not targeted. Because I'm so used to Facebook. Like
It's
Facebook
not
is,
targeted because of what? Because
like
when
Facebook is trying to sell me yarn. And that's a good idea. Facebook should try to sell me yarn because I'm interested in yarn. But then I go on Hulu and they're like trying to sell me arthritis medication and all this stuff.
Why?
It
That's
doesn't have
just-
anything to do with me, and it just seems like a waste of ad spend. It's like
It is. Yeah.
I don't understand like that all these pharmaceutical things. I don't see how.
So why would they
Makes sense.
sell you that? Like that's just that's why.
Well, it
That's
doesn't make
crazy.
sense. It's not relevant to me. I don't have arthritis.
That's how ads used to be. They used to be not
Yeah.
relevant to most people, but just public awareness about their existence.
Yeah.
That's how you introduce new products.
Hmm.
Real. All of these ads on YouTube. all these ads on YouTube is I don't like the ads on YouTube. No, I don't.
They're
And-
annoying.
Yes.
Yeah,
What was
I
weird
actually.
is- yeah, when you're a kid and you're watching commercials and they're trying to sell you a car, that's like, why would
Yeah.
they put a car on a kid's show?
Right.
It doesn't make sense.
So,
Yeah.
do you think these ads will be going away or no? Do you think
Never. No.
Never?
There's going to be more. There's going to be more and more ads. Like now, when you at some gas stations you go to when you pump your gas, you have to watch an ad first.
Well, that's
before it
stupid.
uses
Why
the
would you do
gas.
that? Watch an ad at the
Extra money.
gas
Someone's making money.
station.
Yeah. Yeah, advertising is never going away.
And Annie should probably advertise more if she wants more clients.
Yeah, I can't afford it.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
cannot. Like,
Yeah.
why?
I mean, that's what, doing that stupid Groupon thing was. That's
Yeah,
basically,
exactly.
That group is
basically
what?
advertising.
What group? What is it? What's the group? I never.
It's like selling Groupon, selling
Oh.
services for super cheap so that you get exposure. So more people see your business and they can try it out. But you don't make very much money. And some of them come back, and that's great. But a lot of them are just looking for extreme discounts, and so they never come back. They couldn't really afford it in the first
Please.
But I think I'm gonna do this new scam
This new one for what?
next year. This I think I'm gonna start taking insurance, but I'm using like a middleman kind of company to do the heavy lifting for me. Like all I have to do is like do the admin correctly, like fill out the SOAP notes and do the insurance codes correctly, and then the company will fight the claims. So it's not going to be me on the phone like fighting with the insurance companies to get the reimbursements. So I think I'm going to do that because it pays better.
Is it really pays you a lot or no than that other one than before?
It pays more than the other one, but it still is like it doesn't pay as much as a full price massage. And then also there's a huge delay. Like you might not get the payment for like 4 to 6 weeks. So you have to just kind of wait.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
When is that is going? Is that going to be when next year?
When I put the effort into it. I'm not starting in. It's a big project, getting credentialed and learning it all, and I'm not doing it right now because right now I have to make all these damn squares so I can finish my sister's sweater. But then after Christmas, and I give everyone their presents that I made, then I won't have to crochet for 5 hours a day. I'll have
5 hours a day. You crochet 5 hours a day.
Sometimes it varies.
Sometimes.
Yes, some days I'm really busy and I can only do it for like 2 hours.
And it's hurts the fingers or no? Does it hurt or does it like?
It can if I do it for really long. Like I've been doing it all day today, and so at some point I'll get tired and I just will say I can't do this anymore today because my hands start to get sore.
And crochet is like a technique when you get pissed off or stressed, or is it? Or
well, yeah, I mean it could be. It is relaxing. Like I guess if I had a really stressful week and I took a day off, I would be excited to just sit and crochet. And maybe I wouldn't look at my email and I would turn off my notifications and just focused on the crochet because I can control it. It's predictable.
And do some people do that all the nighttime, or like do some people do it all night, like to do crochet?
I guess if there are people that like to stay up at night. I go to bed really early, so I don't do that. But
so like, why you go to bed really? Why do you go to bed really early?
It's just the schedule I'm on, and here in Oregon in the winter, the sun starts to go down about 4:30.
And it's down right now, is it? Or like, what is the time there in Oregon? Oregon.
It's 2:12.
2:12 there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I go to bed early because I wake up early, and it's just a cycle. I just tend to go to bed at like 8:30 or 9, and so then because I go to bed at 8:30 or 9, then I just automatically wake up at 4, and that's just how it is.
Okay, that's your routine. Do you like it to wake up early or just?
I really like it because there's a whole lot of day before any of the bullshit starts. Like, doing emails and communication and all this stuff. And so then I have my morning routine. I sit and write in my journal for maybe an hour. I look at the news and Facebook. I take the dogs for a walk. I get some chores done. So I get a lot of stuff done before I actually have to,
What's the journal is about? Like your daily life or your daily
Yeah,
journal?
mostly it's just the dreams, writing down the dreams
Yes.
that I had
How
at
was
night.
that? How is that coming? Is it doing good or no?
Yeah, I do it every day, and I'm sleeping really well lately, so I'm remembering even more dreams because I'm having more sleep cycles. And
That's good. Is it good or?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Because before I was waking up every night at like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, and then sometimes I'd be awake for like 3 hours. So I wasn't getting, I was missing some of my sleep cycles. But I fixed that.
Your routine is doing the good now. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a full day right there. Do you get tired sometimes or no? Just in a groggy mood or like?
Yeah, sometimes my mind doesn't feel very sharp, or if I don't sleep well, then I wake up and I don't feel, I feel kind of groggy. Sometimes.
What do you guys think? Should we log off soon? I want to go, but Hank's not.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, have a good week, everyone. I appreciate it.
Have a good week, everybody, too. And tomorrow, are you gonna be live?
No, I only do once a week. Yeah.
Once a week.
Well, yeah, once a week is already a lot.
Yeah.
Hank is gonna be live.
Hank might be. You gotta ask
tomorrow.
him. He's doing. I know he's working a lot. He's trying to make some money now.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.